tape. There's no point. There it is. Okay. Alright. Enough of that shit. I already know this one's going to be a hard one for me to get through, and I haven't even read it. That's what kind of week it's been. I thought it was going to be a good day today. Kind of was. But then I went to hell in a handbasket. No, that's one. This is not even, but Can You Dance? We've already read one. Okay, I just want to see what's next. Short-term memory, though. It's funny like that. I'll only remember it as soon as I read it again. Sometimes I remember it if something else sparks a reminder. So this is actually chapter 2, Dancing with the Mystery. I think I'm going to leave the title, But Can You Dance? Easter egg. Dancing with the mystery. Show me how you follow your deepest desires, spiraling down into the ache within the ache, and I will show you how I reach inward and open outward, to feel the kiss of the mystery, sweet lips on my own every day. This is my secret that all other truth-telling seeks to disguise. I've always felt the presence of that which is larger than myself. This is my earliest clear memory. I'm lying in bed, curled into a tight ball, listening with every cell in my body. I'm cold, but it's fear and not a lack of heat that chills me. I must be 3 or 4 years old enough to be sleeping in a bed without railings, young enough to have been put to bed while there is still enough light coming in through the window to see the color of the pale pink walls of my room. I can hear my parents arguing in the next room. I cannot make out their words, but I recognize the sounds of anger and tears. Periodic silences are worse than the words, a separation that threatens the wholeness of my world. Although they do not seem young to me, my parents are only in their early 20s. Later, as an adult, I will appreciate how they weathered the stress and strains of being married and having 2 children at such a young age. Later, after I've been twice married and divorced, I will wonder how they stayed together. I will marvel that there weren't more arguments, and I'll be grateful that there was no violence. Later, when I crawl into a dark corner beneath the desk in the apartment I share with my first husband, pulling my knees up under my chin and hoping to make myself so small he cannot pull me out and hit me again. I will think of my parents. And when my husband tries to convince me that all the fledgling marriages are like ours, that behind closed doors, all young couples are living with unhappiness and violence, I will almost believe him. Almost. What will save me is a memory of my parents, who even when they were young argued without violence, laughed more than they cried, and played more than they fought. But at 3 years of age, lying in the dark, listening to the sound of their voices, I have no such perspective. I'm simply frightened by the sound of their disagreement. I strain to hear their words, waiting for them to stop, willing them to turn towards each other. Gradually, the anger in their voices is replaced with the weariness, and the silence is shared. Relieved but still worried, I cannot get sleep. My body stays curled in a hard, tight knot, and I can hear my own heart beating loudly. And so I pray to the God I've heard about in my Presbyterian Sunday school class and ask him to keep us safe, to stop the fighting and to help me go to sleep. And as I pray, I begin to feel a presence with me in the room, and it is warm strength that surrounds my bed. My muscles relax into the presence that seems to hold me.
And I imagine lying in a giant hand, a hand of God there in my bed, and I fall asleep held there by great tenderness. Calling on his presence becomes my way of coping with what I find hard in my young life. Anxiety is a normal part of everyday life. Sometimes I'm simply overwhelmed with life and the world and all there is to learn. And every time I pray, every single time I feel this presence of something that is greater than myself there with me. Sometimes if I'm particularly upset about something that has happened during the day, a fight with my brother, or doing something that sparked my mother's formidable temper, I hear a voice as I drift off to sleep, a voice that seems to me to be a blending of many voices, males and females. A voice that calls me by name and fills me with warmth that starts in my chest there in the center of my small rib cage beneath my flannel nightgown and spreads throughout my body, seeming to come from both outside and inside me. The voice says, "We are always with you, and we will always be with you." And I know it's true. I don't tell anyone about my prayers or God's hand or the voice that comes to comfort me in the night. I'm not being particularly secretive. I assume that everyone has their way of knowing they're held by God when they can't get to sleep. I figure we don't talk about it for the same reason we don't talk about breathing. It's just a given. Just part of being alive. And as I get older, my prayers become conversations. I ask questions and I seek guidance. What should I do with my life? How can I make the world a better place? What's right? What's wrong? And I always hear answers. Oh, not definitive, do this kind of answers. More often I hear within myself leading questions. What do you love to do? Who do you see that is suffering? How can you help? Sometimes there's short answers, breathe or let go or patience. And always there's this sense of a presence holding me, a sense of the voices that have promised that they will always be there. At 14, I find out that not everyone is having this kind of experience. It comes as quite a shock. My friend Debbie is the bearer of bad news. You just don't get it, do you? She asked one day as we walk home together, complaining about math homework, worrying about whether either of us will ever get a date. Talking about God. So she states it flatly, definitively, as if she just can't believe my stupidity. No one else gets answers when they pray. They don't hear anything. I don't get it. We live in a town of 5,000 people that has at least 8 churches attended regularly by almost everyone I know. Organized religion is a large part of the social fabric of the town. And even with my frustration with what seems to me to be often dull church services and dogmatic theory, I assume that beneath the participants have their version of my inner dialogue with something larger than themselves. Debbie is empathetic. The rest of us pray. We recite prayers in church. We say grace before meals and we say prayers at bedtime, but most of us don't pray when we're alone. And even when we do, we don't hear anything. I'm stunned and just for a moment afraid. What if one day I reach out and I can't hear or feel anything? I can't imagine how anyone copes with the size of the world without this sense of the presence of something larger than themselves. And I am well aware that my anxieties were pretty minor compared with those who do not have a loving family or an adequate income. But the fear is momentary. All my life, I've heard voices reassure me that they will always be there, and I believe them. What I hadn't counted on was the other half of this equation. My ability to reach out and listen. Not always being as true. Nothing has fueled my efforts to cultivate a daily spiritual practice more than the memory of those times when I could not even remember to reach out to the presence that had held me. Times when I was caught in a kind of bleak amnesia of the heart. It's not that I ever thought that this presence had abandoned me, but there were times during the first marriage in my early 20s when I just couldn't find the time or energy to turn my face back toward that steady, loving. I was distracted by what felt like the sudden and terrifying necessity of deciding what I was going to do with my life, and by the escalating violence in my marriage. I do remember on one occasion as I literally flew through the air and hit the black and white tiles of the kitchen floor, thinking vaguely that there was something that I needed to reach out for. Something I needed to remember that would change everything. But I couldn't clear my head or my heart to remember what it was. Even the thought that there was anything to remember was gone as fast as it appeared, swallowed by the need to pull away from the darkness of the present moment, as if there's ever any place to go. It was my illness a few years later, ironically, largely a consequence of the violence in that marriage that brought me back to the conscious cultivation of my connection with spirit. Lying in bed ill can be a very lonely place. And as I learned to consciously stay with the loneliness, to feel a name of belonging, I remembered how I used to fall asleep held by the hand of God. And when I reached out to the presence that had always been there, the voices that said they would never leave were right there with me once again. Perhaps sometimes we give up our loneliness too quickly, moving away from the ache before it can lead us back to the beloved. Once when I told someone the story of my childhood sense of God's presence, they asked if I ever wondered if I was crazy hearing voices in the night. I can honestly say that this never crossed my mind. Maybe that in itself isn't a good sign, but in all other things, I appear to have been normal, if somewhat intense child. I did well at school, had friends, and all the usual childhood ups and downs. It didn't seem strange to me that the God that I heard so much about, would communicate directly when called upon. As an adult, I came to realize how much of this view offends some. A few years ago, a Protestant minister told me with great conviction that God had said everything he needed or wanted to say to those who had written in the Bible. These were God's final words. But I said, given the state of the world, the suffering, the cruelty, the despair, it would appear that humans haven't heard what God was trying to say. Are you telling me that God, like an angry parent, is silently saying, if you didn't get it right the first time, I'm not going to repeat myself? That seems a little harsh. Wouldn't a loving God want to reveal his message to humans in as many different ways as possible to increase their chances of getting it? He was unmoved by my argument, admittedly insisting that no one of us today could directly experience God or God's message for us. This view seems to me now to be an almost inevitable consequence of seeing God as something or someone outside of and separate from ourselves. If who we are is not some essential way an embodiment of the divine, surely we are unworthy or incapable of directly communicating with or experiencing the sacred presence. Still, receiving guidance from something larger than ourselves can be a tricky business. It's easy to confuse the experience with our essential compassionate nature, with the belief in our own divinity that borders on infallibility and denies our human inclination to hear what we want to hear when we send out a voice in prayer or meditation. The Native American elders with whom I have studied warn against our propensity to abdicate our responsibility in determining what we do with those things we have decided are signs or messages from the divine. Yeah, well, he already knows because he's making me cry. I could say that. You know why? Because I do talk to my God every freaking day. And I take accountability for the things that I mess up. Oh, he's not real mad on the little stuff. He knows where my heart is. He knows sometimes the words that come out of my mouth I don't mean. And he knows that he's put a lot more on me when I'm trying to do the right thing. I try not to say GD. I do. But I mess up sometimes, and he knows that. We all fall short because we're human. We're not God. Hurt people, and say ugly things that they don't mean sometimes. If you're a parent, you understand unconditional love. And if you've ever had everybody all at once turn their back on you because you made a mistake by who you were choosing to hang out with, even if you didn't know what they were doing behind your back, you still had to take responsibility for their actions and sacrifice your whole life and existence to pay a price for something that they did. After they put you through hell. And then still be able to walk away and pay a price for that situation and maintain a civil relationship with that person because you have a child with them. God knows where my heart is. So when I slip up and say GD, I would appreciate it if people would not judge me for it. Just know that I do make a conscious effort not to. I slip. I get emotional. So I'll get back to where I was. I'm sorry. I get off my soapbox. I've met too many who justify their choices by the astrological reading of the day or how they interpreted the first thing that crossed their path after they asked a meditative question, a random phrase in a book, a call from a friend, a song on the radio. I would not eliminate these or any other seemingly unlike occurrences as
as environmental cues that help us probe more deeply the questions in our lives, but nothing in my childhood or adult experience of the sacred presence within and around me has ever suggested that I'm not fully responsible for all of the choices that I make. Easy answers were never given, only questions and suggestions that made me delve deeper into my own knowing. To call this presence the mystery is to be deliberately mindful that all the ideas we have about this presence are simply that, our ideas. I do not know what it is. I only know from my experience that it is, even as I use my imagination as a key to open the door to this experience. Every day, sometimes when I'm doing my meditation practice, and sometimes when I'm working at my computer or sitting in my car waiting for a traffic light to change, or sharing a meal with friends, I turn my attention to my breath and visualize myself on some inner plane of the imagination, turning my face toward that which is larger than myself, the great mystery. I only have to turn my face toward it. I became aware of the temperature of the air touching my cheek. I imagine the molecules of oxygen and hydrogen and carbon dioxide colliding in exuberant activity, caressing the skin of my face. And I become aware that these molecules are alive with a vibration, a presence that is there also in the cells of my skin and in the molecules of those cells and in the atoms and subatomic particles of those. Slowly, I turn my attention to an inner view of the landscape around and within me. I become more aware of this presence, like the hum of a great song constantly reverberating throughout and emanating from my body. The chair supporting me, the ground beneath me, and the people around me. And I know this presence is a whole that is larger than the sum of the parts, and yet inseparable from the parts, including me, which are in a state of constant change. And I experience this pressure, this blood red thread of being that runs through the dark tapestry of daily life as that which gives me the ability to truly know each other as another myself, as compassion. When I open myself fully to the awareness of this presence, my shoulders drop a little, and my belly softens and releases the accumulated deposits of my small daily worries that build up in my insides like mineral deposits from hard water springs. If I stay with my awareness of this presence, I know it as the heat at the center of life, as the innate orgasmic joy that shouts live, even as it spreads itself fully. I know it as the essence, the very stuff of which I and everything that exists am made. And I remember that this mystery, that this is sacred. It is who we are. Although my experience of this presence had remained essentially the same throughout the years, my ideas and ways of describing it have changed. Exposure to the beliefs in other religions and my own development as a woman challenged the idea of God as a transcendent divine male person, but the presence around me, within me, remained the same when I turned my attention to it. In my late 20s and early 30s, I began having vivid dreams of counsel of an old woman I called the grandmothers. They directed me to a shaman, a Native American medicine man living in the United States who became my teacher. My love of the wilderness drew me to his earth-based teachings and practices, which were rooted in the land I love. Given this and my interest in the empowerment of the feminine in my way, in my own life and in the world, it is perhaps not surprising that the presence and the voices of these grandmothers in the dream become a part of a particular expression that greater presence had always been within me. Because I experienced this mystery as something constant and all-pervading, my words, which are necessarily limited, cannot capture its nature, even if I could on some level know what it is. Describing my experience as I need a drink. I caught mouth in the motherfucker. Okay. All right. Because I experience this mystery as something constant and all-pervading, my words, which are necessarily limited, cannot capture its nature, even if I could on some level know what it is. Describing my experience of the sacred as the kiss of the mystery is a metaphor, an approximation of the experience I'm trying to share. Describing it instead as an experience of the imagined vibrations of molecules and subatomic particles around and within me is no less a metaphor. My choice of metaphor may color your understanding of what I'm trying to convey, may even change my experience of it, but it does not change the reality of the presence. We're frightened or suffering. The sense of this presence as someone may offer more comfort to our humanness than a more abstract idea of something. Some find comfort and guidance by naming and experiencing this present as God, Allah, Christ, the Great Mother, Buddha, consciousness. Humans have literally thousands of names and images for their experience of the sacred. This is all I really know. There is a presence that is larger than myself, that has been with me all my life. I experience this presence as loving, and in some essential way, it is what I am. Many of the people I know experience this presence in their life in ways that they would never label spiritual, by the way they see and cherish all that is given alive on the planet, through their participation in the ecstatic struggle of creativity by giving themselves to a greater beauty in shape or color or sound or word. Some longing within us is met when we participate in the beauty of creation by really paying attention. It connects us to the presence of that which is unnameable. Beneath all our longings, the ache within the ache is a soul deep desire to live within an awareness of this presence that is larger than ourselves every moment. But our prayers are the prayers of human beings and are rarely so grand. When we are unemployed and worried about providing for our children, our sincerest prayer may be a plea for money or a job. When we drop beneath these immediate and legitimate concerns, we find a longing to know that we belong to a community, that we are not isolated and on our own. Pray to the real or imagined variety. I don't know how to say that word. Google. Stop. I want to type now because I can't say it. Where did it go? Whoa. Yeah, they made that up to throw me off. You okay? Dang. My friend's tire just busted on the side of the freeway in California. He has no spare, and the highway patrol followed him to an exit. So, damn. Okay, try to get some rest. I know how to fix this problem. I'm not staying on the phone a long time, though. Hello. Hello. Okay, so I have a brilliant idea. All right. Okay, so is what you can do is you can call AAA. No. Listen, hear me out. So AAA is like, I think like $6 something a month. Okay. So if you buy, or I think it's 11 if you buy the package that I'm about to tell you about. So is what you can do is, and I know it's gonna suck. How soon does your lawyer need you to be back into where your case is? Yeah, Thursday. 10 miles away from where? Okay. Are you close to a bus? Damn it. Yeah. I don't know anything about that because I didn't have a car when I was out there. Damn, dude. Okay, so look. Temporary solution to make sure that you get there tomorrow. How close are you to a bus stop? I don't know what that means. Hey, wait, calm down, slow down. How close are you to a bus stop? Look, get on your phone, Google nearest bus stop, okay? What was that app that I used while I was out there for the buses? Hold on a second. I understand. Hold on a second, though. Damn it. Your attorney won't come get you from 10 miles away? Well, it's a job. If it's a job injury thing, it's not his job to pay you. He has to wait till they settle. It takes a long time. Wait, what appointment do you have to be at tomorrow? I don't understand. Yeah. Yeah. It's 1 a.m. It's technically Thursday because it's after midnight. But yes, when you wake up, it will be Thursday. Okay. 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 So you have until Friday to fix this problem, correct? Hey, wait a second. Hey, Jeff, calm down. You don't have to be at your appointment until Friday, correct? Okay. Let me see what I can do. And see. You go to sleep. Tomorrow I will put up a post and I will reach out to a couple of people and see if there's any like resources that can help you close by to do some kind of like cheap spare tire. It should only be like $30 for another tire. So like, but here's the thing. They have all kinds of resources out there in California for stuff like that. Like, and they really did. And like, I'm going to see, I'll make a post in a couple of groups and see if somebody can help because they have groups out there, like car community groups that you can get in and be like, hey, Like, I have a flat. Can like anybody help me out? And there's also like, you know, helping hands groups on Facebook and stuff like that you can go in and say, you know what I mean? And let them know the situation, and like people will help you. You just have to like know who to ask. Like, and they like, you just show them proof that your tire is blown and you need help and what's going on and stuff, and explain the situation, and they will. But I'm going to try to see what I can do. I'm not doing so great myself right now. So like, I don't know that I can help you out like financially, because I just had to have somebody else help me out right now. But like, I can try to, yeah, I could try to see what's up with the tire. So why are you panicking then? Do you have money for the tire? So why are you saying you're fucked? Well, you made me worried that you're broke, stuck down on the side of the road, and have to get to an appointment with your lawyer, dude. Like, it's fucking 1 o'clock in the morning, bro. Like, I'm trying to help you solve your problem. Like, I'm telling you. Jeff, I'm about to hang up the phone, dude. Are you drinking? Okay, well, dude, like, night. Okay. Be safe. I'll see what I can do and reach out to some people about a tire. Do you have money for a tire or no? Okay, so you just need somebody to bring you a tire then, correct? Because you can't get anywhere to get it. Google it. You have your phone on you. You have phone service. It's very simple to ask Google. No, Jeff, it's 1 in the morning in Texas, dude. No, yeah, it's like 1 in the morning. I'm like, why you got me panicked that you're stuck? Why you got me panicked that something like bad is about to happen to you? You got the police behind you and your tires breaking down, bro. Freaking me out. Huh? But you're fine though, right? Oh, a machete, motherfucker? And you're sitting there messaging me that you're fucked and that the police are behind you and shit. God damn, dude. The fuck are you doing with your life right now? Hey, is it really serious to have a machete? Jeff. I'm about to hang up the phone. Is it really illegal to have is it really illegal to have a machete in Texas? Huh? Because you can have I thought that you can have any size blade here. Okay, good night, Jeff. Go to bed. Good night. Go to bed. Get some rest. Be safe. Stupid ass. Drunk ass motherfucker. Tripping. That's why my messenger goes on mute at night. Usually. I don't like those kinds of, like, I check it periodically, but I don't like that kind of shit popping up and freaking me out in the middle of shit, and I forgot to turn that shit off. But I told you the pings give me anxiety always, because I always think somebody's in trouble or fucking needs help. And Lil Jeff, he's a rambler. Ramble. I can't judge him, because I do the same thing, but I can't handle his rambling when I'm emotionally exhausted. I'm here for him if he needs help or advice, or I can make assistance on a post or whatever. But like, I'm an empath and I pick up other people's energy, and I can't. It's too much. This is my friend. He is an amazing artist. He has some really cool stories and adventures. Really cool guy to hang out with. But yeah. I can only do little bits. I think it's an artist thing. It's too much. We just have different art styles. He's cool people though. And he needs a tire. So whoever you are, if you're watching, if you know anybody in California, I'm going to make a post for him as soon as I finish reading this, after the word that I lost. Yep. I could be an asshole when I'm tired. But he'll stay on the phone for like 2-3 hours, and I'm not trying to. I'm on the phone all day. Now. I used to be on the phone all day all the time too, so just... I guess I lost that word. I guess it'll come to me. Many of the people I know experience this presence in their life in ways they would never label spiritual, by the way they see and cherish all that is green and alive on the planet. Through their participation in an ecstatic struggle of creativity, by giving themselves to a greater beauty in the shape or color or sound or word. Some longing within us is met when we participate in the beauty of creation by really paying attention. It connects us to the presence of that which is unnameable. Beneath all our longings, the ache within the ache is a soul deep desire to live with an awareness of this presence that is larger than ourselves every moment. But our prayers are the prayers of human beings and are rarely so grand. When we are unemployed and worried about providing for our children, our sincerest prayer may be a plea for money or a job. When we drop beneath these immediate and legitimate concerns, we find a longing to know that we belong to a community, that we are not isolated and on our own. Pray to the real or imagined vagaries of the marketplace or uncertainties of the world, and beneath this real desire for support and community is a longing for contact with that which supports and connects us all, the great mystery. I'm not denigrating our very human needs as less than our longing for the sacred. One of the students I have worked with for many years, a woman in her early 50s, lost her mother and her brother when she was 15. They were killed in a car accident. Often when she does ceremony, the grief over this loss and the longing for her mother are touched again, opening the wound that never heals within her. At one retreat, I sat with her as she sobbed uncontrollably. When she could speak, she said to me, "Sometimes I wonder if I confuse my longing for my mother with my longing for spirit." And I said, same longing. We see God in the face of the child or mate or parent we cherish. We feel held by the mystery when a lover or friend, or sometimes more acutely when a caring stranger extends a hand and opens their heart to us. And yet, to meet the deeper need we feel, we must not burden these relationships, which are of necessity impermanent and ever changing, with the weight of unmet desires for what is constant and ever present. This most often happens in romantic relationships, perhaps because the fire of sexual intimacy, when we are in love, is an exquisite embodiment of the ecstasy of the feeling of those sweet lips of the mystery on our own. Jai Uttal, a gifted musician and singer, leads 300 people in Hindu chants to goddess Sita and god Ram at a retreat in upstate New York. I'm not Hindu, but I sing these beautiful, unfamiliar names of the presence I know to the rhythm of the drum and harmonium. What I love about these chants is that they're declarations of devotion to the divine. Once in a while, my own prayers can just a little too much, like it sound just a little too much like a grocery list of need. We sing for over an hour, and I'm filled with awareness of the beloved around me and within me. Beneath the chant, a voice sings, "You are mine." Later, alone in my cabin, I lie in the dark and remember my name. Oriah is the name that was given to me when I was 30 years old by the grandmothers in a dream. I had been ill with chronic fatigue, immune deficiency syndrome for several years. And when I awoke from the dream, I felt that taking this new name was part of the healing I so desperately sought, but it frightened me. It all just seemed too weird, too flaky. I was afraid of what others would think. Despite my fear, a week later, I changed my name. When I asked the woman in my dreams what the name meant, they simply shook their heads and said, "Not time." Over the next 10 years, unexpectedly and irregularly, the grandmothers in the dream would tell me something about the meaning of my name. The last time, about 6 years ago, one of them said, "Your name means she who belongs to God." I knew she could have used the word mystery or beloved with equal conviction, and I wondered if the term God was a deliberate reminder of my childhood experiences. As I lie in the bed after the Hindu chanting, I think again about the meaning of my name, of how it is true for all of us. We belong to God, to the sacred life force. I repeat the name to myself, whispering in the darkness, "Oriah, she who belongs to God. She who belongs to God. She who belongs to the beloved. She who belongs to the great mystery." And I begin to imagine what it might be like to live every day, to direct my actions, choose my words, and see the world as one who remembers that she belongs to, as an embodiment, and is connected to that which is sacred and larger than herself. How would she treat her own body and heart? How would you treat the other embodiments of the sacred, other people, the trees, the animals, the earth? How would you plan your day if you really knew you belonged to God? If you believed you were the embodiment of the sacred mystery surrounded and held by the beloved? I do not seek perfection. I simply seek to remember who and what I am every day. I seek the people and the places and the practices that support the expanding of this awareness in my everyday, in my life, and my choices. Our lives are the story of how we remember. It is the dance that was woven into the fabric of our being from the beginning. The presence of the great mystery is always with us. I only have to turn my face toward it, and it is there, as a voice beneath the sound of the pale gray waves crashing on the shore, as a touch of the unseen on the back of my neck that makes me pause, and as I turn as I cut carrots on my kitchen counter. As a kiss that lingers as I come up out of dreams in the midst of the dark mornings. This is a meditation. This is a meditation for awareness. Sometimes opening our awareness to the sacred life force that is both within and around us is as simple as turning our attention to it as we would turn our face towards someone when we enter a room. So try this whenever you're in the moment. Without preparation or expectation, simply turn your attention to the skin of your own face. Be aware of the temperature of the air where it touches your cheek, your forehead, your lips, your eye, and eyes. Imagine the air currents moving around your face, touching your skin, being changed and rerouted by any movement you make. Slowly turn your face and be aware of the change in sensation there, where the air touches your skin. Now imagine the molecules that make up the air where it touches your skin, the molecules of oxygen and hydrogen and carbon dioxide colliding with one another and bouncing against your skin. Imagine the atoms that make up those molecules and see them vibrating with the movement of subatomic particles, spinning electrons and shimmering quarks. Be aware of this vibration as a consistent life force, energy, and all of the different molecules of the air touching your face and surrounding you. Now, keeping one part of your attention on the air around you, imagine the same kind of vibration in the cells of the skin the air is touching. Imagine the molecules of those cells vibrating at the level of their atoms and subatomic particles. Expand the awareness of this life force energy throughout your body, down your neck, through the muscles of your torso, and down your arms and legs. Imagine the same vibration in the organs within your body, and the cells and the molecules and atoms of your lungs and stomach and heart. Feel your whole body as a manifestation of this same life force that vibrates in the molecules of the air around you. Now, keeping one part of your attention on the vibration in your body and in the air around you, be aware of any objects around you, the ground beneath you, the chair you're sitting on, other people in the vicinity. Slowly taking them in one at a time while maintaining the sense of presence of the life force moving in all the cells of your body. Become aware of the same source of vibration moving throughout the molecules of that which is around you. Be aware of the large, the trees, the wall, the ground beneath you, and the small, the single blade of grass, grains of sand, dirt, dust, motes in the air. Be aware of the innate vibration of these microisms within each of these, and how the same force sends their electrons spinning through inner space. Feel how the force behind the wind that tosses the branches of a tree is the same as that which makes the air moving in and out of your lungs eddy and flow. Imagine the flow of life-giving liquids moving up and down the trunk of a tree, and feel how this movement comes from the same source as that which moves the blood through your body. Expand your awareness even further, letting your attention touch it all. The life force that moves and creates sustains all that is within and around you. Feel how the whole is greater than the sum of the parts embodied within you and yet larger than yourself. And be aware of how this presence is constant whether or not you turn your attention to it. Be aware of how it holds you faithfully. So I'm going to do another chapter. This is chapter 3, page 33. And it's 1:33 at night in the morning. Let's turn this on. I told you I could give you life, would you leave the boundaries of your mind? I bet you never even knew that there's a universe inside of you. Can I take it back and make it go away? Won't you let me be your getaway? No, 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 I bet you never knew there's a universe inside of you. Can I trust if I color you with all my thoughts? Would you lose your phase of being lost? I bet you never even knew. I see the universe inside of you. Can I make you feel okay? Would you let me take you to a higher place? No, 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 I bet you never knew. There's a universe inside of you. Can Is it already on SoundCloud? Like I'm picturing now. Castles in the stylish skies. I'm just looking up for you tonight. Snow white mountains in a foreign state. Tell me someday we'll get there. Someday. What side was the bottom? Yeah. ever at the bottom if you know it's for a higher purpose.
I see a technicolor shadow underneath your window. Just in case you don't know, I can see it. You cast an unfamiliar halo, different than what I know. Shining like a halo, I can feel it. We turned our back on ordinary from the start. We look for stranger things, 'cause that's just who we are. Found me the edge of something beautiful and loud. Show me the sky falling down. Castles in the Spanish skies. I'm just looking up for you tonight. Snow to the ancient place. Tell me
my screen brightness. Oh, it's all the way up. Wah, wah, wah. You keeping this? There it is. Alright. Don't tell me you want to hold the whole world in your heart. Show me you turn away from making another wrong without abandoning yourself when you're hurt and afraid of being unloved. Make another wrong choice to put that person out of your heart. It's the kind of judgment that says to self or the other, you're a jerk, a piece of shit. There's something seriously and fundamentally wrong with you. There are ways to communicate these things, making aspects of ourselves or the other wrong without ever uttering such crude words. Those of us who have done years of therapy and self-growth seminars know how to cloak the judgments that wound and separate with cleverly crafted I statements, avoiding accusatory you statements and blatantly vicious self-depreciation. But the judgment is still there in the tone of voice, like a razor-sharp sword that sweeps low, cutting the other half off at the knees more calmly, looking her in the eyes. It is there in a way that we hold our bodies, in a slight tilt of the head, in the narrowing of our eyes when we regard the other or look to the mirror. It is in the way we spend ourselves on too much.
I don't care about an argument, I'll still be here tomorrow. For you, I got the room up in the city, we can play finish the Badu. I pull you up, we'll work on us. So ain't nobody taking my baby, I want to be clear, I'm staying right here. So ain't nobody taking my baby. Your heart weighs a ton, girl, watch me heavy live. How many more times we gon' argue over petty shit? I messed up, but shit, you mess up too. The way you answer makes me question you. I guess your body ain't the only thing that's flexible. You been the truth. Letting loose verbal warfare. Open wounds, we still hope, even though we know it's all there.
We're gonna have to put a Lindsey Sterling one or something on, because let's see what's on. Yeah, I know which one. I want to go back to the beginning of that one. Oh, I redid it. It played too fucking much.
is there in the way we spend ourselves on too much work that doesn't matter, in relationships we're not cared for or seen. It says the same thing to the other of yourself: you are not enough. In the morning, I meditate and soften my breath and reach out to hold those who are suffering, to hold the frightened aspects of myself and the world in my heart. And then I head out into my day praying I will remember the compassion I am, hoping I will be able to keep my heart open. Some days are better than others. I'm having breakfast at a retreat. I introduce myself to two men already sitting at a table, and we begin to share a little about ourselves over scrambled eggs and hot tea. A tall, attractive man with Texas drawl joins us and introduces himself as Sam. When I tell him my name, his eyes light up. Oriah, did you write the invitation? With the ever-expanding network of email contacts, someone has sent him a copy of a prose poem I have written. It's great to meet you, he says enthusiastically, pulling a camera from beneath his coat. I really want to capture this moment. I wince at the sight of the camera and hold up my hand. Sorry, Sam. I really dislike having my picture taken at the very best times, and believe me, breakfast is not the best times. I'm smiling pleasantly, but I'm clear and firm. Why don't you sit down and join us for breakfast? He sits down next to me, camera still in hand. Oh, come on. There are times when you just have to capture the moment on film. He raises the camera to his eye and begins to adjust the focus. No, really. I don't enjoy having my picture taken. I'm serious. I really don't want my picture taken. He continues to adjust the focus, leaning back and forth in a chair to get different angles. This is important. You just have to do this. His tone is insistent and increasingly aggressive. The men on the other side of the table shift uncomfortably in their seats as I look at them and shake my head, bewildered. I just do not know how to get through to him. He persists. For 5 minutes, he insists over and over that he must take my picture. I feel my face growing tense under the strain of trying to smile, trying to keep my tone firm but neutral as I say no again and again. Ignoring my protest, he clicks the shutter and takes the picture, and I feel something inside me give up. All other conversation at the table has become impossible. Finally, wanting simply for the whole thing to be over, I sit still and he takes 10-15 shots. I know they will be awful. I'll post some part of myself and sit simply and endure. The photos will reflect this. I leave the table angry and upset. Later in the day, I run into a friend and tell him about what happened. He is sympathetic, and we agree that the man was invasive. I feel a little better. That night, as I lie in bed, I replay the whole incident in my mind. Internally, I rail on what a jerk this guy was, imagining all kinds of things I could have or should have done. I should have grabbed his camera after he started shooting and flipped it open, ruining the film. I should have stood up in a loud voice and announced to the whole dining room what part of no don't you understand. And then I stopped. All day I've been meditating on loving kindness. It's relatively easy and appealing to think of holding the sick or poor or the suffering parts of the world in my heart. What about this guy Sam? I feel no compassion for him. My heart feels hard when I think of him pushing me. He did not respect my boundaries. But let's face it was a photo, not a physical attack. I had every right to insist that I didn't want my picture taken, but there was a way to communicate this to him without making him a jerk. Something less than another human being, another myself. I struggle with this. How do you tell someone compassionately to fuck off? I don't want to see Sam as another myself. I feel certain I would never insist on taking pictures of someone without their permission. I sit up in bed and flip the light on, disturbed by the fact that I cannot see in any way to truly feel I'm holding this man in my heart. Saying it or thinking it is not enough. What good are all the meditations on compassion if I cannot find a way to keep my heart open to someone who simply annoys the hell out of me? If I can't do this, how can I hope to be compassionate to those who do me or others real harm? I find a comfortable sitting position, close my eyes, and focus on my breath. I'm determined to sit and meditate until I find some connection to Sam. I'm not looking for a warm, fuzzy feeling. I'm searching for an awareness of Sam as another myself, as a fellow human being I can consciously hold in my heart. It takes a long time, and I begin to despair. The room is getting cold, and I just really want to go to sleep. When I think of the morning incident, all I feel is anger and dislike. I feel nothing I can identify Sam's behavior. I begin to pray. Sacred ones, help me find some way not to put this man out of my heart. I wait, I breathe, I repeat my prayer. The question comes. Why did Sam ignore the clear boundaries I set? Why can't he care that his actions are violating these boundaries? I know the answer immediately. Because he wanted what he wanted, a decent picture and a personal connection with me. In that moment, very badly, Ironically, by insisting, he destroyed any chance of getting either. Suddenly, I think of my sons when they were small, how they could become fixated on something they wanted and beg and wheedle. Press long after no had been repeated many times. Make me angry and destroying any chance of getting what they wanted, then or latter. I remember Nathan's first and only temper tantrum at the age of 3, his young body exploding with the rage of unmet demands. Did I put either of them out of my heart because they were irritating and demanding? No. Did I acquiesce to their demands? No. There was usually a good reason why I said no in the first place, and those reasons were not changed by their insistence. Remembering my sons opens the narrowest crack of possibility that I'm capable of holding someone in my heart, even when they are demanding something of me that I am unable or unwilling to give. Suddenly I see Sam as another of my sons, out of control with wanting things his own way in this moment and consequently acting in a way that guarantees he will not get what he wants. And my heart begins to soften to his humanness, to the suffering he causes himself. And I think of the times I have wanted things to be a certain way, my way. How near the end of my second marriage, I ate to have my husband talk to me, hold me, spend time with me at the end of the day, when he was too weary and discouraged to want to do anything but withdraw and be alone. How could I pursue him overtly and covertly, asking, pressing, insisting, accusing, all the while knowing my actions were creating more distance between us, and yet, in my desperation, unable to stop? The situations are different, but the motivation that drives each of us to override the wishes of others, wanting our way, simply remains the same. Suddenly I could see Sam as a simple fellow human being in a bad moment, and I could hold in my own heart the part of him that I had seen, the desperately grasping child, afraid he will not get what he wants, just as I can hold my sons and myself in my heart when we insist on having things our way. Softening to Sam, I could risk seeing my own behavior of the morning much more clearly. No longer needing to make him the jerk, I no longer needed to make him myself the virtuous victim. Why hadn't I simply gotten up and moved to another table? Because I was at least a little flattered by the attention of an attractive man. The others at the table had never heard of my poem, and the enthusiastic response let everyone know they were sitting with a writer. Then later, the soliciting my friend's agreement with my rendition of the event, I was able to feel a sense of righteousness in proportion to how wrong Sam was. I groan, laugh out loud, clicking the light off, slide down under the covers. My own self-importance did as much to create the situation as Sam's insistence on having things his way. I shake my head at our humanness. As compassionate human beings, we have the ability to hold all aspects of ourselves in the world in our hearts, including those aspects that are annoying, dangerous, malicious, and just downright unlikable. But we have to be willing to do the work of finding out how to do this honestly, observing our own internal and external actions, reactions, and learning from each insistence how to expand our ability to live the compassion we are. Think of all the places where you separate yourself from others, distinguishing between us and them. The minute we do this, we are building our sense of self, not on what we truly are, but on trying to feel better than ourselves, than others, because we fear we are not enough. I watch myself do this all the time, and if I watch with honesty and compassion, I find a way to make being right unnecessary prerequisite for being happy. I have been an outspoken critic of some New Age spirituality. I don't like sloppy thinking. A refusal to ask questions and an easy acceptance of things we cannot know to be true, we find them comforting, are far more entertaining than our everyday lives. And I've seen too much of all of this in some New Age philosophies and groups. I think it's dangerous. Of course, there's some truth in all of these judgments, and I will continue to raise questions about the claims made by all spiritual paths because I'm interested in learning the truth as far as we can know it. But there are many ways to raise questions that open inquiry, that make it our inquiry, and other ways to pose questions that close down communication. And there are ways to intend to distinguish between us and them, ways that aim to make me feel right, more authentic, grounded, and intelligent by making the other wrong. A few months ago, I attended a day-long talk given by a well-known New Age speaker. The bookseller at the event had asked me to come and help out at a book table after the presentation. Entertaining and personable, the speaker had drawn a crowd of several hundred and gave a lecture introducing the ideas and practices of many different traditional spiritual teachers mixed with her own New Age philosophy. The audience was enthralled, and I was doing my best to keep an open mind. I know what this woman offered was basically an introduction, an open door. I did not agree with many of her beliefs, and her absolute certainty that each of us creates and controls every aspect of our lives made me uneasy. More important, her lavishly guaranteed outcomes for anyone willing to follow the 9 steps of her program or do the daily affirmations she offered made me more than a little uncomfortable. Guaranteed outcomes and delineated steps may be warranted and useful for baking cookies and assembling bookshelves, but I find them less useful and potentially misleading when we're talking about finding meaning and creating happiness in our own lives and in the world. I kept looking around at the participants, many of whom were nodding with what I was pretty sure was an uncritical and unexamined enthusiasm. I felt my desire and inclination to separate myself from them. Were they buying this? Why would they even want to? Surely they knew that there was no easy answers, no simple steps that would cure all of this that was unhappy in their lives. Maybe they were just lazy. Even as I made the separation, I was aware of it, reading to find a way not to close my heart to those around me, not to write them off. And my mind is less than those of us who know that spiritual development can be hard and that there are no easy answers. After the event, I worked at the book table, chanting with people as they were leaving. One woman approached as I packed up my things and asked me about one of the meditation techniques the speaker had advocated. It was a relatively simple morning meditation designed to still the mind and focus on the breath. The speaker had guaranteed that using it regularly would deliver the power to manifest whatever you wanted in your life. A small, thin woman in an oversized parka, she introduced herself as Isabel. "Can I do this meditation on my own?" she asked. "Yes," I said, "I'm sure you can. Although many people find it easier to establish a meditation practice with the help of a group, it's just hard to keep up the discipline on your own." "But what will it give me? What will I get if I do this every day?" Her tone took on a whining quality, and I felt my irritation rise as she continued. "How fast will it work? Will I feel a difference after a week? How will I know if it's working?" This was exactly the kind of thing I detested, the quest for the quick fix, the desire for guaranteed outcomes, the simple answer. Do this and you will get that. These were, I thought, exactly the expectations a presentation like that one I had just seen raised. And where was the woman who had raised them? Gone, leaving me to answer questions for which there are no short, simple answers. My sons were waiting for me and I wanted to go home. I took a deep breath. I looked directly at Isabel and set my knapsack down on the floor. I tried to slow down my words, thinking that maybe if I spoke slower, I would feel more patient. "Well," I said. Meditation is more a process than a goal-oriented activity. It can help you become more aware of what is going on within and around you, and this can help reduce stress. There is no way to know how quickly this will happen. I've been meditating for years, and some days my mind is all over the place. And other days I have a real sense of rest and peace. My best advice is to try it and just be patient with yourself. I picked up my bag and started to button my coat. I really did have to leave, and I wanted to get out while I was feeling virtuous for not snapping her head off. But as I started to move away, Isabel suddenly reached out and grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "But what I want to know," she said, her voice rising in a crescendo that bordered on real panic, "is will it help me find God if I meditate? Will I have an experience of something or someone out there listening, someone really with me?" A wave of desperation swept out from her through me, and I was surprised to find my eyes filling with tears. This woman wasn't looking for an easy answer or a guaranteed formula because she was lazy. She didn't want a simple plan because she was unable or unwilling to think critically about what would work. She wanted something she knew would work and work quickly because she was hanging on by her fingernails. She simply wanted something that would work in a week because she was afraid that she simply wasn't going to make it through months or years. She wanted to know, to experience that there really was something greater than herself, and she was afraid, terrified that if she didn't have the experience of this soon, she was not going to be able to continue. I recognized another myself, the self that is at times at the edge of endurance and not all that sure that continuing is possible. The self that is in so much pain that taking the next breath and the next feels like it's a challenge she can meet. I put my hand gently over Isabel's where it gripped my arm. "It's okay, Isabel. We all feel desperate at times," I said. "Nobody does it by themselves. We all need hope." Her hand relaxed beneath mine and she started to cry. We talked for a while longer, and I gave her the name of a few meditation teachers who run small groups in the city, encouraging her to find a community where she could feel supported. When I left, I did not leave one of them. I said goodbye to one of us, a human being doing the best she can, searching for the home for which all of our hearts long. There is no them, there is only us. When we separate ourselves from those aspects of humanity we do not like, we do so primarily out of fear of those aspects that live in us, and the truth is that they do. On the way home from this event, I began to think about the rest of the audience. Some of them, no doubt, were not desperately searching like Isabel, were probably wanting easy answers and entertainment because they did not want to do the work of cultivating the spiritual aspect of their lives, no longer needing to separate myself from them. I began to think about the places where I want an easy answer and guaranteed outcome because I don't want to do the work. Physical exercise immediately came to mind as I thought of all the money I had spent on health club memberships, exercise equipment, and a variety of workout videos, only to find that spending the money won't get you in shape. You actually have to exercise. Was I really too stupid to know this? Of course not. I simply didn't want to do the work. Recognizing that I can be lazy about physical exercise. I'm lazy. I don't like to exercise. So there's certain kinds of exercise I like to do. I don't like to run because it hurts my ankles. But recognizing that I can be lazy about a physical exercise just like some others may be lazy about spiritual practice does not let any of us off the hook. Understanding Sam's behavior and remembering that I am capable of trampling others' boundaries when I'm fixated on having things my way does not mean that either Sam or I is excused when we do this. It just means that it is our human problem and not just his. Even though he may be the one acting it out in this moment, having compassion does not mean indiscriminately accepting or going along with others' actions regardless of the consequences to us or the world. It's about being able to say no where we need to without putting the other out of our hearts, without making the other less of a fellow human being. There's a difference between discerning and sometimes even opposing harmful behavior and making the other wrong less than we are, less than a part of that presence that is greater than all of us and our own minds and hearts. Sam and Isabel were both strangers, people I did not know. While our brief interactions challenged my ability to be with them compassionately, I did not have a relationship with either of them that made me vulnerable to being deeply hurt by their actions. Keeping our hearts open to the other who has hurt us is harder. The deeper the love, the more profound the hurt, and the harder it is to turn away from making the other wrong. And there are covert ways to cast another out of our hearts. We tell our friends, especially the mutual acquaintances, how we have been wrong, denying or ignoring any responsibility for our part of the story. We take pleasure in hearing of small failures suffered by the other. I'm not suggesting that we should pretend to be more magnanimous than we are. A friend whose partner recently left her told me a week after the breakup, "I really do wish him well." "Bullshit," I said. "Too soon. You don't wish him well. Right now you hope he's miserable and lonely and sitting at home feeling destroyed because he's just realized that he's lost the best woman he could ever hope to have in his life." She laughed. "Well, yes, I guess that's true, but I want to wish him well someday." "And you probably will," I replied, laughing with her. "But for now, say how hurt and angry you are. Sit with those feelings and how this happened, what your part was, what his part was, and how you have both hurt each other and at times yourselves. We cannot start from any place other than where we are. This is the work of compassion, finding a way not to put myself or the other out of my heart, letting go of the need to be right and resisting the urge to shame the other when I'm hurt without denying my own pain. Recently, I failed to do this with my friend Sharon. The particulars are unimportant. I knew I had to remove myself from the relationship, but I was unaware of how hurt I was still feeling over something she had done. Being unconscious about how we were feeling while never an excuse for anyone over 40 can be dangerous. It wasn't so much what I said. In fact, my words flawlessly addressed the behavior that necessitated my departure, but the tone of one of the sentences as it flew from my mouth aimed to wound her spirit and said that there was something essentially wrong with her, that she was not enough. I'll tell you something you probably should know. The more consciously conscious I am of the compassion that is my essential nature, the more I ache when my own pain makes me forget this nature and lash out and make another wrong as I did with Sharon. And this is what it means to be heartsick, to act contrary to our nature. There is no way to take it back, and no way to reassure the other that you have not put them out of your heart, because you did, if only for a moment. And there you are left, as I am now, struggling not to put out of my heart that aspect of myself that so effectively hurts someone I love. The Catholic priest Henry Nouwen wrote, "Forgiveness is the nature of love practiced among people who love poorly." The hard truth is that all of us love poorly. We need to forgive and be forgiven every day, every hour, unceasingly. That is the great work of love among the fellowship of the weak. That is the human family. In my humanness, I forget who I am is enough, especially when I'm hurt or afraid of being unloved. Immersed in the pain and fear that we are part of this forgetting, I sometimes hurt another. Yet even this failure for which I must take responsibility calls me not to change, but to be who I am, to hold myself with an innately compassionate heart. And I learned about the expansiveness of who we are, and the expansiveness that makes us capable of compassion where we thought it was impossible. It was a man who raped me when I was 22 who gave me the opportunity to learn this. I'll tell you the truth. I do not even try by my own will to hold this man in my heart when I think of him, and I do not even now, years later, when I see or hear the story of another woman who has been raped. I simply see in the meditation this man in me held by the heart of that which is larger, and yet the part of me and myself. I breathe and lift the larger heart that has always held me, that has embodied my essence, hold my pain and my anger. And when I do this, I catch a glimpse of the suffering and anguish that there must be inside the human being that has raped another. Knowing this, I cannot help but remember that this man was once, like my own son, some woman's child with hopes and fears. And it is not impossible, as I once thought, it would be to pray and cry, and not just for me, but also for him. While there are important differences in the degree of injury we do to another, I'm not sure that there are differences in this kind. This is what makes cultivating my ability to hold myself and others in my heart when we commit relatively small hurts against ourselves and each other so important. What hope do I have of not closing my heart on the man that raped me or myself when I hurt someone if I love? If I cannot resist the impossible to make If I cannot resist the impulse to make the wrong stranger who has annoyed me with his camera this human need. Alexander Sloyson, after suffering the horrors of a Siberian prison camp, wrote, "If only it were all so simple. If only there were evil people somewhere insidiously committing evil deeds, and it was necessary only to separate them from the rest of us and destroy them. But the line dividing good and evil cuts through the heart of every human being, and who is willing to destroy a piece of his own heart?" Meditate to cultivate compassion. It is important when doing this meditation to begin with something small, some inadvertent slight that annoyed you, or a passing irritation that made you angry but did not cause you deep pain. Eventually, you may want to do this meditation for some more serious injuries to others or the self, but it is a good idea to begin with things that are relatively minor. Sit comfortably and focus on your breath. Take 3 large breaths in through the nose. Exhale through the mouth. And letting your shoulders drop and letting any stress or tension leave your body. Spend a couple of minutes following your breath. Now think back over the last few days of your life. Let your mind find a time when someone annoyed you or irritated you, an incident in which your internal response was to dismiss the other as a jerk. It may have been a total stranger, someone who cut you off in traffic, or took your parking space at work, or gave you poor service in a restaurant or store. Life is full of opportunities to be annoyed with one another. Maybe someone you know, a partner who forgot to take the garbage out, a child who ate the dessert for tomorrow night's dinner party, a friend who is late and kept you waiting. Stay with something small. Focus on this incident and the flash of anger or annoyance you felt, and be aware of what it feels like to put another out of your heart, if only for a moment. Let yourself replay the incident and expand the internal railing against the other's inconsiderateness. Now decide, do you want to find a way to have compassion for this other person in the situation that annoyed you? Are you willing to see another in their behavior? You in another's behavior, sorry. If you are, begin to see the situation from that person's perspective. You may have little or no information about why they behaved as they did. Use your imagination. Consider the essence of what they did. Was it careless, reckless, inconsiderate of others? Consider why you, sometimes possibly under very different circumstances, behave recklessly, carelessly, or in a manner that does not consider others. Perhaps it is when you are tired or pressured or angry or frightened. Work with the possibilities until you can see another in your behavior of this person who annoyed or irritated you. When you can do this, imagine holding yourself and this other in your heart when you are tired or frightened or angry. Remember, you do not need to condone the behavior, but simply hold in your heart this other and yourself when either of you is struggling with this particular challenge of human being. Do we do another chapter? I'm not gonna be able to sleep. Tripping. Tell me a story of who you are, and see who I am in the stories I'm living. And together we remember that each of us always has a choice. I trust stories. The stories we choose to tell about ourselves let the world know who we are, because who we are is not in what we do, but in how we live. And this is what shapes the world. It's October 1963 and I'm 9 years old. My family has just moved to a new town 400 miles north of where we were living. It is my first day at a new school. My teacher, Miss Lawson, a maternal gray-haired woman, has a soft voice. Takes me to the indoor play area. The children have been allowed into the large room, boys on one side, girls on the other. Because the day is rainy and cold, the whole area is a din of high-pitched voices bouncing off concrete walls. A smelly soup of small sweaty bodies and wet wool. I follow Miss Lawson's broad backside as it cuts swash through the sea of children until she comes to two girls, Jill and Patsy. This is the new girl. I want you to look after her and show her where to go. I turn to the girls, ready to smile. Jill has a round, flushed face, like a red full moon. She keeps shifting her gaze between Patsy and me, watching us closely. Clearly, Patsy is the one in charge. Patsy is a petite, cool blonde with pale eyes. She does not smile as she looks me up and down. Their indifference borders on hostility, and my stomach turns over. I'm unprepared for this. At my old school, I had been the top of my class, the belle of the ball upon occasion, at least on the playground. Oh, I'd had my contests, and I'd not always won. Cindy Morris, a small, wiry girl, once beat me up for no apparent reason and then sat astride me and crowded. Betty Ann Brown had tried to snub me, but we both knew that I was smarter, and there were only so many friends she could buy with all the allowance her parents gave her. And Joey Peterson, what we called in those days, was a little roughneck, sometimes chased us girls, but in all fairness, we did taunt him and then get him into trouble by telling on him when his chasing scared us. But these trials and tribulations had a kind of law of the jungle, Lord of the Flies sort of fairness about them. This is the assessment by Mademoiselle Patsy and Jill was something else. I was clearly not passing the muster, and I did not know the criteria by which I was being judged. As I stood there, watching the looks like a loser glances pass between Jill and Patsy, suddenly a dark-eyed gypsy appeared at my side. She smiled at me with a lopsided grin, 2 teeth missing, and said, "That's okay, Miss Lawson, I'll show her where to go," and then introduced herself as Ruth. She is my savior, my angel. Ruth had long dark hair and was uncombed, a mass of curls and tangles, and she greeted me as if she were genuinely happy that I was there, as if she had been waiting for me. I was overwhelmed with gratitude, not to be given to the tender attentions of Jill and Patsy. Ruth took me to the classroom, showed me where to hang my coat and put my lunchbox, and then led me to the desk at the back of the room next to her own. As I sat down, I was aware of the other kids eyeing me up and down, but I figured that was natural. A new kid in class always piques curiosity. But there was something else. An eyebrow shooting up here and there. Faces took in Ruth and me together. I was innocent, really. I don't know how I had gotten this far at 4th grade without an awareness of the social class system, but I was oblivious. Perhaps because it was up to this point, we had lived in a small city where the school I attended was filled with kids from a pretty homogeneous working class neighborhood. Perhaps it was because my father's skilled job and secure employment put us near the top of that working class heap. I don't know, but in a small town it was different. All the families sent their kids to the same school, rich and poor, white collar and blue, welfare recipient and business owner. And then there was the distinction I would learn about in time between interlopers like us from the South and true Northerners, those who were at least 3rd generation. Maybe it was just my time. That time when we all learn and the hard truth about how shitty our species can be to each other, how quickly and rigidly of all ages like to establish the clear pecking order. The first indication of that stratification came at lunch. There were those who smudgingly ordered and paid for their milk, chocolate, and wine in 10-cent pints, and then there were those who, with an almost imperceivable cringing, received their milk free. Why? Only because they had been identified as those in need, a poor. And then there were my brother and me. We frugally bought our milk white only, in thermoses. This marked us as the outsiders we were, and this meant we had to carry a stale-smelling lunchbox to and from school every day, no matter how many thermos liners we broke. Ruth took a bus to school and got her milk for free. And Ruth smelled. She was bright and funny, one of the bravest girls I ever knew, but she smelled. I hadn't noticed it first morning, but with all the mingling of the masses in play space. But when we ate lunch together, I caught a whiff. It's the scent my son Nathan calls the smell of poverty, the smell that makes him refuse to shop at Goodwill for used clothes, even though I assure him we can wash or dry the clean right out of any designer he buys. It's the smell of unwashed bodies and clothes worn too often without airing or cleaning. My grandmother used to say there's no excuse for being dirty no matter how poor you are. Soap is cheap. But keeping clean is as much about hope as it is about hygiene. My grandmother had been poor during the Depression, surrounded by thousands of others who were struggling but still hoping and dreaming. What I could smell on Ruth and Nathan smells at Goodwill. It's the hopelessness of being poor when you are surrounded by others with plenty. I did not know how long it took me to figure it out. No more than a week, I'm sure, but I knew that if I wanted to have any place with the rest of the girls in my class, I was going to have to ditch Ruth. She was an outcast at the bottom of the social ladder because she was poor, because her family lived in a shack on the edge of town, and because her mother and father were alcoholics living on welfare, and it was rumored that her older sister was pregnant with her own father's child. I didn't really have any feelings about any of these things. Some of them I didn't even understand, and my concerns were all selfish. I didn't want to be criticized by some lonely girl, even when I liked. Had glommed onto me, even if that gloaming had felt like being rescued at the time. There was a guilt. Tripping over my tongue. Every damn time, man. There was a gully out behind the school where the boys and girls used to play and fight, throwing each other down with screams and threats and more screams. I was a bit of a chicken shit, so I tried to stay out of the way, but one day this boy Snyder, a boy I swear to you looked 16 in 6th grade and had enormous gorilla-like nostrils, gets me and starts swirling me around by the scarf tied at my neck, preparing to slingshot me into the ice-filled gully when Ruth fearlessly flings herself at the back of his knees and tackles him. He lets go of my scarf, and the two of them tumble to the bottom of the gully where Ruth, covered in snow, her mittens, hands raw from the cold, starts waving to me and hollering, "We got him! We got him!" Her inclusions of me in this victory is beyond generosity. It's an attempt to forge a bond in the face of the enemy. And the real enemy is not Snyder, and she knows it. Later, maybe that same day, I hope it was several days later, but I really can't remember, I've just climbed up out of the gully and see Ruth coming up behind me. The slope is slippery, so I wait for her to reach a place where she can take my hand to be pulled to the level ground. And as I wait, suddenly, I hear a couple of other girls moving toward the school. It may even have been Jill and Patsy calling, "Come on, let's go." To my surprise, they're calling and motioning me to join them. I hesitate and look down at Ruth. She has seen them also. There are moments when it doesn't matter if you're 9 or 19 or 90. You know where you're responsible for what you are about to do. You know what is right, and you know what you're going to do is wrong because you're afraid to take the consequences of doing it. What is right? I knew if I waited and helped Ruth, I would be inexplicably linked to her at the bottom of the social ladder, and there would be no more invitations to come on from further up that ladder. I looked at her, she looked at me, and she gave me a crooked little smile and waved goodbye. Teetering there on the icy slope, I tried to tell myself later that smile was meant to tell me that she understood that she was saying, "Go ahead, I know how tough it is down here at the bottom. If you can get out, go for it." I waved back and she bent her head as if to concentrate on her footing, and I ran after the girls who had called to me. After that, Ruth and I didn't eat lunch together. I ate with the other girls. I don't know where she ate. I always made sure to say hi to her in the hallways or on the playground, as if publicly demonstrating that I was brave enough to acknowledge I knew her, but she knew better. She just smiled. Of course, I never really did come to belong within the tightly woven social structure of that small town, but remained on the periphery occasion and randomly being included in one group or another. There were too many things against me, being a Southerner and the daughters of a blue-collar worker, and my own propensity to be drawn to the eccentric and unusual characters, the outsiders, recognizing, I suppose, kindred spirits. But I never again turned my back on the unpopular or the disliked in hopes of belonging, as I did that day en route. Even at 9, I figured out that whoever you were with, you had to be able to live with yourself. As a child, I frequently heard my father say, "You always have a choice." This conviction was etched into my being from the beginning of my life by the heat of my father's hard-won certainty. Of us as responsible for our own choices. And life had given my father every excuse not to take responsibility. As a child, he spent every evening in the lonely farmhouse that was his home, waiting for his father's return from a job in the town at a furnace plant. He waited to see how drunk and angry his father would be, and to see how badly he and his mother and his older sister would be beaten that night. My father would be the first to admit that there is a great deal that we do not control, but he never used those years of abuse to justify or excuse any of his choices. Starting work at 17, married at 22, and father of 2 children by the time he was 25, my father worked hard, loved us deeply, and never abused us. His life was a decision to say, "I have a choice. The abuse stops here." There's a great deal we don't control, but we always have a choice, if only in how we respond. I couldn't control the social rules and norms of small-town society, but I had a choice about how to respond, and I knew I'd made the wrong choice with Ruth. I don't tell this story with self-recrimination. I tell it because it's one of those stories in which I think I see myself most clearly. I see that when I'm afraid I'm not enough, and I want therefore to be better than I am. I want to be someone I imagine everyone will love, so my belonging will be guaranteed. I make choices that run contrary to my own nature, hurting myself and others. This is no different at 46 than it was at 9. Although hopefully I'm a little more self-aware, if not any more courageous now than I was in 4th grade. American Buddhist nun and teacher Pema Chodron, in her books Falling Apart and Start Where You Are, talks about cultivating the Maitri, the ability to be an unconditional friend to the self, the basis of living with compassion and loving kindness towards others. To be a good friend to the self, we must abide, without harshness, to see the truth about ourselves, no matter how difficult or how beautiful this truth may be. Of course, all the news is not happy news. It's discouraging to realize how often, not only do I not want to be who I really am, I don't even really want to be better than I am as much as I want to appear to be better. I tell a story about a famous speaker behaving badly at a conference I attended, but then add a seemingly generous comment at the end about how it would be difficult for anyone with his level of fame and fortune not to get confused about being omnipotent. I believe this is true, but if I really were being generous, if I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, I simply would not tell the story. I add the contrary, not in any genuine outpouring of compassion for this man's pressed position in the limelight, but to make myself look less mean-spirited for having told the story in the first place. Living awake is largely a process of increasing self-awareness so that we can get out of the way and know what the mystery that is right there in our fingertips. It doesn't matter what you call it or how you do it. Taking personal inventory and responsibility through a 12-step program, cultivating the objective observer, witness, through meditation, developing the ability to stalk yourself daily by recapturing your activities at the end of the day, or simply contemplating regularly the mystery of yourself and the world. It is the work of living a life centered to the soul, and the best way to avoid becoming narcissistically self-absorbed is to remember that the most profound and accurate self-knowledge is gained, not in isolation or under special circumstances, but by staying awake to our thoughts and feelings and actions during the fires of daily living. Nathan, my younger son, and I are coming home from shopping, traveling by streetcar along the part of Queen Street that is lined with rundown shops and greasy diners offering the same daily specials week in and week out for the last 10 years. It's hot, humid, sticky, The kind of day that makes me want to move out of the city. The kind of day that makes us dependent on air conditioning because we have to cut down trees that would have offered us cool green shelter and have covered everything with concrete and asphalt, which mirrors and multiplies the heat of the sun's rays. I'm tired and anxious to get home, attempting to remember to give up, trying to pull away from the heat that is plastering my shirt to my skin with sweat as a streetcar stops and starts in traffic, clanging its bell at the cars that are double parked or making illegal left turns. Suddenly, just as we seem to be picking up a little speed, I hear the streetcar driver shout, "Hey, what are you doing?" as the bell rings out once again and we stop abruptly. There's a sound of metal wheels squealing on metal tracks and a sad, sickening thud. There's no mistaking that sound, that firm yet strangely soft and hollow sound of a vehicle hitting a body. The streetcar struck a pedestrian. People at the front of the streetcar are rising in their seats, their eyes wide. "Did you see that?" they murmur to each other. "He just walked right out in front of us. Driver didn't stand a chance." The driver is using his phone or radio to call for an ambulance, and he gets off the streetcar and disappears. Now, in situations like these, I always feel like there is something I should do, not something everyone should do, something in particular I should do. I'm just not always sure what it is. My first aid knowledge consists of a dim memory of learning how to do the Heimlich maneuver years ago and repeatedly hearing my father, who regularly mangles or amputates small body parts while operating power tools, recite the mantra, apply direct pressure and elevate the wound. Unless the unfortunate individual we have struck has fallen into the ground, inhaled chewing gum, or a throat lozenge, or the former would be necessary, and I'm pretty sure the latter, if there is any bleeding, will be obvious to the transit driver or others more qualified to offer assistance than me. Generally, if I have no special skills to offer, I figure the best way to help is to stay out of the way. The police arrive in record time. I once came home and found the front door of my house hanging on its hinges, clearly kicked in. Not knowing if the intruder was still inside, I called the police from my neighbors and the patrol car arrived from the station literally 2 blocks away 45 minutes later. Since there was no life risk then as there is now, I suppose their sense of priority is in fact quite appropriate. Along with the police, a small car with an ambulance service decal has arrived. Not an actual ambulance, but one man in a car. That streetcar driver comes back on board and tells us all to get off. We won't be going anywhere for quite a while, he says brusquely. We all obediently disembark the rear doors, a few people grumbling about how they need to get somewhere, wanting to know how long this will take. But once we are out on the sidewalk where we can see the man lying in front of the streetcar, everyone grows silent. It's hard to say how old he is. He is thin. His skin hangs loosely on his bare arms beneath his torn t-shirt, fluorescent pink, with the logo of some heavy metal rock band emblazoned on his chest. His cheeks are caved in, and his face is flushed with the dark purple spider web of broken blood vessels beneath the gray stubble of a week's worth of growth. To what degree are ravages of time or simply the signs of life lived on the street, with too little food and too much booze, is hard to say. His pants are dirty and stained and too short. His dilapidated sneakers have no laces. But it's his head I notice more than anything, the curve of his scalp beneath the few strands of gray hair, almost luminescently white in the bright sunlight and pale fragile like a bird's egg there on the hot, dark pavement. A torn straw cowboy hat lies nearby, knocked off by the blow of the streetcar. I look at his chest. He doesn't appear to be breathing. The police urge the crowd from the streetcar and those who are congregating from the surrounding buildings to stay on the sidewalk. The paramedic kneels down by the prostrate body and looks up at the crowd. "Does anyone here know how to do CPR?" he calls out. Alone, without a fully equipped ambulance, he is looking for someone to assist him. I want to say yes, even though it's been over 20 years since I took the course and can't remember any of it. I want to do something. He calls out his request again and fits a mask over the man's face and begins squeezing in the airbag, inflating the man's chest. I want to step forward and say, "Show me what to do," but I'm pretty sure that this is no time for a refresher course. No one in the crowd speaks. I remember a story I heard once about some Scandinavian country where everyone, absolutely everyone, learned CPR. The death rate from heart attacks is virtually nil, and I wonder why we don't do this, why we teach our children skills like programming a VCR and coloring maps of the world without going outside the lines, but don't teach them a relatively simple skill that could save lives. The 3 cops are eyeing the crowd, hands on hips, and I wonder why they aren't assisting the paramedics. Don't all police officers learn CPR? As an ambulance pulls up and the other two paramedics join the one working on the still inert form of the man on the street, you can feel a collective sigh from the crowd rise up into the hot air and hover there like a small dense band, a spasm of anxiety. We're off the hook. The experts are here and there working like crazy, pumping the man's lungs full of the thick city air, charging up electrical paddles. The streetcar driver is pacing in front of the crowd, right along the curve, cell phone in hand. He is obviously talking to someone at the transit authority, explaining how the man walked out of nowhere right into the streetcar and how he couldn't stop in time. How the police and ambulance are there now and traffic is backed up behind the scene for miles. His face is crimson and he dabs in his sweat with a handkerchief as he paces back and forth, puffing on a cigarette. I want to put out a hand and touch him on the arm and say, "It's okay, it wasn't your fault." But he is not close enough, and I wonder if this would help or just make him angrier or make him fall apart in a place where he would rather look busy and in charge. I wonder if he will go home tonight to someone who can be with him, someone who can let him rail on until his tears come. The crowd, which to this point has been stunned into relative silence, begins to stir. Folks who don't know anyone speak into the air, as if addressing a friend they wish were with them. I said, "I've been drunk. He's in bad shape. Looks like he was in bad shape before he got hit. Oh, they'll patch him up." A couple of people take to running commentary on the action before us, as if the rest of us were blind, giving a blow-by-blow like radio sportcasters. There they go. They're going to shock him now and get the old ticker going again. There's three of them. One putting in an IV, one giving him air, one charging up the paddles. Yep, there they go. Whoa, did you see that body jump with the shock? Oh, here they go again. They're doing it again. I want to tell them to shut up, but even as I have the thought, I realize that they can't. That they're talking to fill the space, to block out the silence of knowing what they were watching is the death of a fellow human being. We're seeing the fragility and finiteness of our own lives. Nathan looks over at me and mouths, "What should we do?" Suddenly he looks very young, and I realize that at 14 he has never known anyone who has died, never seen anyone dying. I move over and stand closer to him so our shoulders touch and say quietly, "He's not going to make it, Nate. Just watch. Say a prayer for him and just be with him as he goes." We're watching a man's life end. You can almost see it like a thin mist evaporating in the hot air and the life leaving his frail body. And as I say a prayer, I offer the only thing I have, my attention, to the ending of a life I know nothing about. I wonder about this life. I wonder what he looked like as a little boy when his arms and legs were so firm and strong and his skin was smooth and pink. Did he laugh a lot? What did he dream of becoming? What did his mother dream for him when she held him as an infant? No doubt none of those dreams was of dying alone on the street after wandering out into traffic. The thought makes my breath catch, and I think as I move even a little closer to Nathan, despite the heat, I'm watching the death of some other's son. I say a prayer for the baby and for the boy he was, and for his mother and for her grief, wherever she is. I wonder what path brought him here. They made love to, whether or not there were grown children or young grandchildren out there somewhere who carried his DNA. People who might find themselves right now pausing for no known reason, feeling a strange tug, like a loose thread being pulled free and unraveling a small bit of knitting. Are they being touched by a strange sense of sadness or loss that they cannot identify? Do they frown mystified and shrug it off, with the shake of a head moving to resume mowing the lawn or washing the dishes? Maybe there's no one. Maybe he was alone in his life. Maybe there's only us. Total strangers brought to his death simply because we were on the particular streetcar. I want to go over and sit on the pavement and put his head, that fragile white egg, into my lap, but I suspect the police and paramedics would stop me, so I just stand there with my son, and the crowd narrates the event, and paramedics gather up their tools. I just stand and pray for this man I do not know, and I will never know. I pray that he finds some ease in his passing, and some peace that may have eluded him in life. And I do not look away as he leaves us. On that hot afternoon in downtown Toronto, as in every other moment in my life, I have a choice. I couldn't save this man's life. And in the big picture, in the really big picture of history, or the cosmos or the planet or the species, it probably didn't matter if the man with the straw cowboy hat had died there on the pavement or later at the hospital or 5 years' time, because the truth is that in the big picture of the details of what happens to us and what we do or don't do doesn't matter regardless of who we are. But I believe that how we live, those details do matter. I'm sure the man on the road didn't know I was there, but I believe what I did, paying attention, made a difference, not necessarily to him, and not just because it made me feel useful, but because I feel that the big picture is somehow shaped by how we live, the details, the little pictures that run through our lives. This is a belief I choose based on an intuition. It's not something I can claim to know. I can't really explain it. I certainly can't prove it, and I'm not trying to sell it. And I can't even guess how this works, how our choosing to be awake and keep our hearts open shapes the collective dream of the people or the planet or the cosmos. I just believe it does. So who I am is a woman who makes a choice to pay attention as often as she can. I'm gonna turn the light back on because I fucking keep losing water. Either way, either one. Alright, which deck did I have earlier? No, it was the pink one earlier, I think. It was a pink one earlier. That's weird. Okay. I don't remember even. Over here. I want to dump it there. I do. I do know. There we go. Shuffle.
Hey, my friends, thank you
It's
so
poppin'.
much for checking out my video of Love Me Like You Do by Ellie Goulding. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, make sure you share it with someone who you think will enjoy it as well. And also, be on the lookout for new videos coming every single week. And in the meantime, make sure you follow me on Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, Vine, Facebook, anywhere else you can think of, and Who is D Sharp. Thank you so much, and I'll see you guys soon.
Ah, stop! Don't go back! Ooh, but it's a violin cover though. Guys like me, just that come through when you feel like you're see fast.
Have we standing side by side? What it takes to come alive. Way I'm feeling, I just can't deny. Got to let it go. I'm loving my whole space. Till the night time, till the night time. I'm loving a hopeless thing. Nothing shine a light in me more. Love and light and beauty. Turn away 'cause I need more. With a heartbeat in my mind. Way I'm feeling, I just can't deny. But I got to let it go. I'm loving a whole new place.
Oh, that's why they did switch up the words. I'm like,
I'm loving a whole new place.
Hey guys, I hope you're having an awesome week. Today I wanted to talk to you about 5
what happened to that playlist that was just there? Tripping.
Maybe it's 3 a.m. Had you on my mind. The first time we've gone through this. We're running you more and more. I can't help but think of what we could be. Baby, if I could tell you anything, could tell you, could tell you how much I care. Despair is still there. Just tell me how we can make this right, how we can make this work. 'Cause baby, if I find a way, I'm sure that this goes straight. Just give me a chance to say I love you. Are you here to stay? I feel like every other day. You're the reason that I lie awake. Maybe it's 3 a.m. Had you on my mind. It's not the first time we've gone through this. I'm running you more and more. I can't help but think of what we could be. Baby, if I could tell you, baby, if I could tell you how much I care, disperse there. Just tell me how we can make this work, how we can make this work.
Choosing a joyful dance. Don't tell me how wonderful things will be someday. Show me how you can rest being completely at peace and truly okay with the way things are right now in this moment. And again in the next, and the next, and the next. Here's the question. Are you willing to be completely at peace with how things are right now in your life? Are you willing for just one moment to let go of all your dissatisfaction, all your suffering about how things are? Are you willing to let go of all the worry and tension in your body and simply breathe? I think of happiness as a delight I have when I'm aware of being completely at peace and fully present to myself and the world just the way it is in the moment. Is the lack of suffering plus self-reflectivity that makes the peace I'm feeling conscious state of awareness. I'm not simply at peace. I'm aware that I am at peace, happy. So are you willing to be happy? I'm not asking if you know how to do this. I'm asking if you would be willing to do this if you knew how. It should be such a simple question. Who wouldn't be willing to be happy? But it raises all kinds of new questions that let us know why we might be reluctant to let go of our suffering. My thinking becomes suspicious. If I'm willing to be completely at peace with how things are in my life at this moment, does this mean the changes I long for will not be created? What about the things that should be changed? The ongoing polluting of the earth, the injustice of the world, my own self-destructive habits? Is asking me if I'm willing to be happy with the way things are a way of trying to tell me things won't change for the better? My son will never find work he loves. I'll never have a long-term, stable, intimate relationship with a primary partner or a stable, vibrant health. So I may as well get used to the way things are. My friend Linda has been working in an organization that is slowly and painfully disintegrating. Her skills are ill-used, unacknowledged, and undervalued. The daily atmosphere at work is poisonous to creative productivity, and changing the situation is not within her control. She knows she has to leave and is setting things in place to do so within the next few months. In the meantime, it's hard for her not to get pulled into daily machinations of office politics, worries about the future, frustration about how things are on the job. Concern for her health, I say to her, consider this for just a moment. Would you be willing to be truly okay with how things are at work today? To accept things just as they are and let go of worrying and suffering over how or why they are not as you feel they should be or could be, simply at peace with what is. Conflict and fear flash across her face. I'm afraid that if I'm at peace with how things are, I won't move to change things. I will just get stuck there and won't leave. Why would you do that? I asked, surprised. You know it's not a good place for you to be. Because I'm basically lazy, Linda replies with a grimace. That's a pretty dim view of human beings, I say, smiling. That we won't make changes we need to make unless we're suffering because we're basically lazy. Linda laughs. Not human beings. Just me. I'm lazy. Not everyone else. Aha. I see. We both laugh. Linda is the most industrious of people I know. I continue, not suffering over how things are at work isn't going to change what you know. You know it's not a good place for you to be. You want to leave because you know you can be more of who you are. You can make a fuller contribution and have more fun elsewhere. You're taking the actions necessary to leave. In the meantime, agonizing over what is wrong, really internally or externally about injustices you cannot change makes you miserable and exhausted. It doesn't speed the process up. In fact, it may slow things down by making you sick and tired. And it profoundly affects the quality of the only time that you really know you have, this day, in the present moment. It is always so much easier to be wise and erudite about someone else's situation. Hold on a second, because I don't know what that word means.
Erudite.
Erudite. What do you mean this? What does erudite mean?
Here's the definition of erudite.
Oh, read it to me.
Having or showing great knowledge or learning.
Thank you. Ah. Damn.
Where did it go? Where did that word go? I do the same thing all the time. I confuse acceptance with acquiescence. Acquiescence. Okay, I was like, there. Acquiescence.
According to Merriam-Webster, definition of acquiescence. 1. Passive acceptance or submission, the act of acquiescing or the state of being acquiescent. I was surprised by his acquiescence to their demands.
It's the same thing. That's what I just said. Our way at peace will lead to stagnation. In the last few months of 1999, I found myself for the first time in many years truly at peace with living alone. My son's with me half of the time. Over the years, despite my deep satisfaction in my work and my relationships with friends and family, the ache for a partner has sometimes been a painful longing. The longing was still there, but it was no longer painful. I was not suffering over it. I felt a strange sense of peace, a new depth of appreciation for my life in the present moment. I was truly okay with being alone. This meant I had little or no inclination to spend time and energy dating, looking for a mate, or exploring relationships. I intuitively knew were unlikely to lead to a long-term partnership. I felt a strange kind of trust that if a man I could share my life with crossed my path, I would recognize and move toward him. And I was okay if this happened tomorrow or in 10 years. I was even okay if it never happened. Although I acknowledged the longing for deep intimacy with a primary partner, I was not suffering at all over being alone, except in the moments when I worried about being okay with being alone. Moments when I was suffering over not suffering. I worried that I'd simply gotten too tired to care, had just given up. Was I accepting the present moment or cutting off possibilities because I knew the pleasures of a hot bath, good book, and restful night's sleep looked better to my middle-aged body, mind, and heart than the potential disappointment of a dinner date where the connection was at best tenuous and exploratory? Was I feeling content or hopeless? If I wasn't suffering over being alone, would I bother to go through those awkward first dates, the sometimes slow process of getting to know someone new, the self-revelation necessary to make a connection? Would I be willing to make compromises necessary in any relationship, or would it all just seem like too much trouble? Somewhere along the road, many of us have picked up the belief that to change we must suffer. I remember talking with another workshop facilitator about sending out publicity for upcoming workshops and then waiting for registration. I realized, she said, that I feel obligated to worry about the registration, to agonize a little bit about what I will do if the workshop doesn't fill. When the workshop fills, I'm always secretly a little convinced that it is in part because I've worried. I've paid my dues for the success. We both laughed at the familiar and superstitious belief that rewards are earned with suffering. Sometimes things are earned with work, but work is not suffering. Work is just work. Sending out brochures for a workshop is work. Worrying about registration is suffering. Why would we believe that the latter has anything to do with the workshop's success? And why do we believe that we will not make the changes that are within our control and good for our lives, like Linda leaving her job or making compromises in a relationship, unless we are forced to do so by suffering of job dissatisfaction or loneliness? Years ago, my family lived on the Welland Canal, where large ships that sail the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence Seaway move between Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. My father, who is not a strong swimmer himself, wanted us to learn to swim, wanted us to have a useful skill he had not had the opportunity to acquire. So when I was about 6 years old, he put a rope around my waist and threw me into the canal, reasoning that under such dramatic circumstances, I would be motivated to swim. My father loves me. He really wanted me to learn to swim, and I'm sure that he thought that this was the best way for me to learn. I was not in any actual danger of drowning. He could have pulled me out of the canal at any moment, but I was terrified. To a 6-year-old child, the high-grade concrete wall of the canal looked unscalable, and the dark, cold water life-threatening. I did not learn how to swim. I learned how to survive. The first time I read the poem The Swimming Lesson from Mary Oliver's new and selected poems, it took me right back to the cold water of the Welland Canal, and hundreds of times since then that I've put myself in situations where I would either sink or swim, believing that it was the best way to learn. Shit.
Climbing to the top of the world, and I swear that we won't stop now.
The swimming lesson. Feeling the icy kick, the endless waves reaching around my life, I moved my arms and coughed, and in the end saw land. Someday, I suppose, remembering the medieval maxim, had tossed me in. He had wanted me to learn to swim, not knowing that none of us who ever came back from that long, lonely fall and frenzied rising ever learned anything at all about swimming, but only how to pull off one by one dreams and pity, love and grace, how to survive in any place. When we believe that we are by our very nature deeply flawed, self-indulgent, selfish, judgmental, sinful, our efforts to fulfill our soul's longing to live fully become efforts to control, chastise, reshape, improve, and change our lives. Believing that we are by nature lazy and unworthy, and we believe we will not change. We will not become the people we want to be unless we are pushed or forced by suffering to do so. Given this belief, we use methods that do not cultivate mercy and compassion for ourselves, but rather foster a hardness toward our own suffering and the suffering of others who are failing to curb or rise above their basic nature. And in the face of these methods, we do not learn to swim or dance or dream or be all we are. We do not really learn to love fully or allow ourselves to receive love freely. We are too busy suffering. In the poem It Felt Love, translated by Daniel Ladinsky, and The Gift, poems by Hoff, the great Sufi master, the 14th century poet Hafiz talks about another way of learning, a way based on assumption that to grow is to reveal the innate beauty we hold within, a beauty best brought forward by tender encouragement. It felt love. How did the rose ever open its heart and give to all this world, and give to this world all its beauty? It felt the encouragement of life against this being. Otherwise, we all remain too frightened. If we believe that we were by our very present nature compassionate, gentle, and capable of being fully present, our task, living our soul's longing for deep intimacy, would be a matter of finding and placing ourselves within the warmth of the internal and external encouragement of light in our lives, so we would open and open and open to all we are. I'm not suggesting that this is easy, especially for those of us who have spent a lifetime surviving in the sink or swim school of self-imposed improvement. Often we don't even know where these lights of encouragement are in our lives. For several years, I've facilitated a writing group that met in my home every second week. I've been in writing groups that are virtual feeding frenzy of criticism. Group members are expected to contribute by tearing to shreds the writing efforts of others. No one I know has participated in such a group has written more than they would have if they simply stayed home. Many have given up writing altogether as a result of attending such groups. So our group has one very clear rule. You have to ask for the feedback you want. One young woman new to the group picked up on the essence of the rule right away. Just before she read the first draft of a raw personal story about her mother, she paused and said, "I only want to hear the good stuff right now. This is too new and too personal for anything else, so just tell me only what you like about it." So we told her the good stuff. We told her about the parts we liked. We told her the parts that moved us to tears or laughter or insight. And several weeks later, she reread the piece asking for feedback on a more technical matter of structure and coherence, which the group was able to provide for her. It's amazing to me, given that so many of us are sink or swim veterans, how quickly most people who join the group figure out what they want, what they need if they are to become better. Better writers. Okay. It's feedback that encourages them by telling them that pieces moved and touched the listeners and why. And let's face it, after weeks of no one mentioning how inspired or amused or touched they were by the technique we love so much, where you make everything analogs to eating ice cream or playing baseball, it just kind of falls by the wayside. The ineffective writing falls away, and the powerful writing grows deeper, gets better. But once in a while, someone responds to all the support with suspicion, like it's some kind of trick to get them to drop their guard and take a big breath, just as they're about to be doused with a bucket of ice-cold water they knew was coming all along. It's understandable, really. And the fact that it doesn't happen more often is probably good evidence that we are by our very nature gentle and compassionate beings who move naturally toward the light of encouragement. When you're not used to it, encouragement can be frightening, and its unfamiliarity and can make you feel much more vulnerable than the harsh criticism you can take because you've survived it over and over and over again. Last year, a wonderful writer, Jane, came into the group and then left after 3 sessions. She told me on the phone, "Well, the people in the group seem very nice, but I'm not sure they can give me the tough feedback I need." What is this? Alright, I suggested that she try asking for the specific feedback she wanted, although I admit that on occasion, if I suspect that feedback someone is asking for will tear at some precious piece of themselves, I, as the group facilitator, will intervene and suggest an alternative approach. But what became clear was that Jan simply did not believe that encouragement would work. She truly believed that the only thing that would make her writing better was harsh criticism of what was wrong with it. Sometimes, it's so much easier to believe the bad stuff that we don't even want to hear the good stuff. We're afraid that all that is holding us together is in the armor we put on to survive what is hard. We're afraid that if we lay down the armor and open ourselves to that light of encouragement, really receive its warmth, we'll simply fall apart and be an embarrassing puddle on the floor. Jane couldn't risk it right now, and I didn't push her. Pushing wouldn't have helped. I myself have been an advocate of the sink or swim school of learning. The teacher I chose, the medicine man with whom I apprenticed, was a real sink or swimmer if ever there was one. He'd been a U.S. Marine. He gave me my medicine name, Mountain Dreamer, and he told me it means one who always looks for and pushes to the edge. But over time, the edge has changed. At some point, it occurred to me that pushing to the edge for some of us was not about doing more or trying harder or going farther or faster, but about doing less, trying easier. This changed my teaching. For the first few years of leading Vision Quest, ceremonial time where individuals fast and pray alone in the wilderness, I would urge participants to go as far from the base camp where I would be as they could. I wanted them to get the most out of the experience. Many of them had been raised in large cities, so the wilderness at night with all of its unknowns was a truly frightening place. Still, they would venture valiantly forth, spending a good deal of their solo time terrified of chipmunks that sound like foraging bears when it's dark, frightened of getting lost or eaten or carried off by God knows what. The only good thing I could say about this is their fear kept them awake. That and the swarms of mosquitoes and black flies. But one year, all that changed. I changed. I said to the group that I was going out, it doesn't matter how far you go. If you want to stay where you can see my tent all night, that's up to you. And fine with me. Explore, go out, and then come back. Try out different places and see what feels right for you. Find a place where you feel you can do what you came here to do. It doesn't matter to me, and I can't imagine that it matters to Spirit exactly where you do your praying. If you need to go be afraid, fear will come wherever you are. But you don't need to go out looking for it. Two things happened. First, the majority of the group went farther into the wilderness than they ever had during the years when I was urging them to go beyond where they were comfortable. The freedom to choose and the encouragement to trust themselves gave them the courage. The second thing that happened was that a few people who were not at all used to being away from the lights and the sounds of the city chose places that were in fact within sight of my tent. Freed from the fear that would have totally preoccupied them had they been elsewhere, and in some cases overwhelmed them in the previous years, they were able to be fully present with their own prayers. In a way, they could not have been had they ventured any further motivated by my well-intentioned go for it mantra. Over time, all these experiences have slowly softened my heart and opened my mind to the possibility that what the grandmother in the dream is telling me now is true. We only have to become what we really are. We truly are. Lately, when I do my daily practice, I find myself praying to live gracefully. I have a very particular feeling in my body when I remember or imagine a graceful day. It is a day without rush, a day when I'm not suffering over things not being any different than they are, a day when I take a breath and accept those things I cannot change, like long lineups in the bank or traffic jams or the weather. It's a day when I rest easy in a mysterious knowing that there is enough, and of time and money and energy and heart in the world and in my life, a day when I know that I am enough. It is a day when I'm simply present with myself and all that is around me. It is a day of being truly happy and feeling graceful and comfortable in my own skin and life. To dance is to move gracefully. To live our soul's longing is to be willing to live grace-filled moments. Grace is the opportunity to be happy that we do not earn. That is what makes it grace. But if we are old-time sinker swimmers, if we believe that our basic nature is in need of fundamental renovation, the unearned gift of grace makes us nervous. They stir feelings of guilt and fears about potential envy. They heighten our sense of unworthiness and immerse us in a sense of obligation to work harder at being the people we feel we should be. If we are not in some essential way a manifestation of the mystery that bestows grace, grace can feel like yet another burden. To dance and move gracefully, to receive grace-filled moments every day, we have to know that we are worthy not because of our hard work or suffering or our eagerness to be other than we are. We are worthy by our very nature, the same nature that creates and sustains all that is. When we know this and are able to answer the question, are you willing to be happy? With a quiet but confident yes. The two phrases, I deserve and I am deserving of, have very different connotations. The former indicates something I feel owed because I've earned it with hard work or suffering. When I say I deserve a rest, there is a sense that I'm calling attention to something I've accomplished, some effort I've expanded that has now earned me a rest. I may be complaining at the lack of an earned rest or demanding a rest as deserving a reward for my efforts. The latter I'm deserving of rather than being a justification or a complaint or demand describes something about me that is reflected in an aspect of life either currently or present about to be created simply because I am worthy of it. When I say I'm deserving of a rest, I feel something inside me let go of the notion that I must earn a rest. My perception shifts towards seeing myself as someone who, by virtue of my very existence and nature, is worthy of a rest, as are all others. Sit with a paper and pen in a comfortable position. Now, picking up your pen and paper, write the phrase, I deserve, and complete it on the page. When you have finished one sentence, repeat the phrase and complete it over and over again, and over for 5 full minutes. Write without censoring or judging what you are writing. No one else will see it if you do not want to share it. If nothing comes, simply wait, repeating the phrase until you can complete it again. When 5 minutes have passed, put your pen down. Now close your eyes if you're comfortable. Take 3 deep breaths in through your nose and exhale through your mouth, letting your shoulders drop and exhale. Breathe into any places in your body that are tense, relaxing with the exhale, all stress and tiredness. Spend a few moments focusing on your breath, following inhale and exhale, and the rise and fall of your body. If thoughts come, acknowledge them, thinking and allow them to drift away, returning your attention to your breath. Now, once again, picking up your pen and paper, allow the phrase, I'm deserving of, to come to your mind. Write it down and complete it on the page over and over again for 5 full minutes. If nothing comes, simply wait, repeating the phrase slowly until you complete it once again. At the end of 5 minutes, return once again to following your breath and clear your mind. Now look at your to-do-list. Which is longer? Was one phrase more difficult to complete than the other? Read them out loud. Is your tone of voice different when you read one list than the other? What happens if you take the phrases from the first list and preface them with I am deserving of instead of I deserve? Just observe your feelings without judgment and stay with them. There's no right or wrong way to do this. You're seeking self-knowledge, not self-judgment. Oh, shit. Let's see.
Pull up to the seat, tell me I'm awake. I'll be in that dress you like. Body of a minute, yet I know it brings. Yet I know what is up. Take you to a place where you can see the stars and nothing but the radio. Baby, I'm in love. I just wanna hold you. You got nothing but the time. I'll take you anywhere you say. I'll take you to my hideaway. Baby, just tell me the word. I wanna give you love. Let my love around. Let me love you down. Let my love around. Let me love you down. Whoa, let my love around. Let me love you down. Let my love around. Let me love you down.
Yeah, look at the actions.
yeah, you got me mixing. You know what is wrong. Take me to the islands, I could be the pilot. We can go wherever you. Baby, let me love. I just wanna hold you. You got nothing but the time. I'll take you anywhere you say. I'll take you to my hideaway. Baby, just tell me the truth. I wanna give you love. Take my love forever. If you let me love you down, let my love forever. If you let me love you down. Oh, let my love forever. If you let me love you down, let my love forever. If you let me love you down. I'll take you anywhere you say. I'll take you to my hideaway. Baby, just tell me the truth. I wanna give you the world. You ready? Let's go. Yeah. For those of you that want to know what we're all about, it's like this, yo. This is 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, 50% pain, 100% reason to remember the name. He doesn't need his name up in lights, he just wants to be heard, whether it's a beat of the mic. He feels so unlike everybody else, alone, in spite of the fact that some people still think that they know him, but fuck him, he knows the code. It's not about the salary, it's all about reality and making some noise, making a story, making sure his click stays up. That means when he puts it down, talks, picking it up. Let's do it. Legacy anyway, he never really talks much, never concerned his head, but still even his starstruck. Humble through opportunities, given this right to fact. That many misjudge him because he makes a living from writing raps. Put him together himself, but a picture connects. Never asking for someone's help, to get some respect. He's only focused on what he wrote. His will is beyond reach, and now it all unfolds. The skill of an artist. This is 20% skill, 80% fear, be 100% clear. Cause writing was ill. Who would've thought he'd be the one that set the West in flame? Then I heard him wreck it with the crystal method, name of the game. Came back, dropped Megadeth, took him to church. I like Bleach, man. Why you had the stupidest verse? This dude is the truth. Now everybody giving them guest spots and stocks. I hope you fucking with that. This is 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, 50% pain, 100% reason to remember the name. All the night he was sick and he's spitting fire and Mike got him out the dryer. He's hot, found him in Fort Minor with top, but a fucking nihilist. Porcupine, he's a prick, he's a cop. The type women wanna be with them rappers, hope he gets shot. 8 years in the making, patiently waiting to blow. Now the record with your notice taking over the globe. He's got a partner in crime, this shit is equally dope. You won't believe the kind of shit that comes out of this kid's throat. He's not your everyday on the block. He knows how to roll with wood. He's not making his way to the top. You don't think it's a comment on his name. People keep asking him, was it given that brother doesn't stand for an acronym? No, he's in the booth, with a rock in the booth. He'll get you buzzing quicker than a shot of vodka with juice. Him and his crew and all around is one of the best. Dedicated to what they do and get 100%. Like, nobody really knows how or why he works so hard. It seems like he's never got time because he writes every note, he writes every line, and I've seen him at work. But not like goes on in his mind. It's like a design is written in his head every time before he even touches a key or speaks in a rhyme. And those motherfuckers he runs with the kids that he signed, ridiculous. Not even trying. How did he do this? 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, 50% pain, 100% reason to remember the name. This is 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, 50% pain, 100% reason to remember the name. Fort Minor, M. Shinoda, styles of beyond. Ryu, Top Gear, She bullets, I'm loading my clips. I'm writing down names, I'm making a list. I'm checking it twice and I'm getting them hit. The real ones been dying, the fake ones is lit. The game is off balance, I'm back on my shit. The Bentley is dirty, my sneakers is dirty, but that's how I like it. You all on my dick, I'm all in my bag. It's hard as to get, I do not stop hot. I might take a sip, I might hit the blunt, but I'm liable to trip. I ain't popping no pill, but you do as you wish. I roll with some fiends, I love them to death. I got a few mil, but not all of them rich. What good is the bread if my niggas is broke? What good is first class if my niggas ain't shit? That's my next mission, that's why I can't quit. Just like LeBron, get my niggas more chips. Just put the rollie right back on my wrist. This watch came from Drizzy, he gave me a gift. Back when the rap game was trying like this. They act like two legends cannot coexist. But I never beef with a nigga for nothing. If I smoke a rapper, it's gonna be legit. It won't be for clout, it won't be for fame. It won't be cause my shit ain't selling the same. It won't be to sell you my latest new sneakers. It won't be cause some niggas slid in my lane. Everything grows, it's destined to change. I love you little niggas, I'm glad that you came. I hope that you scrape every dollar you gain. I hope you know money won't erase the pain. To the OGs, I'm thanking you now. Was watching you when you was paving the ground. I copied your cadence, I mirrored your style. I studied the grace, I'm the greatest right now. Fuck if you feel me, you ain't got a choice. I ain't do no promo, still made all that noise. This shit gon' be different, I set my intentions. I promise to slap all that hate out your voice. Niggas been counting me out, I'm counting my bullets, I'm loading my clips, I'm writing down names, I'm making a list, I'm checking it twice and I'm getting them hit. The real ones been dying, the fake ones is lit, the game is off balance, I'm back on my shit. The Bentley is dirty, my sneakers is dirty, but that's how I like it, you all on my dick. I just poured something in my cup. I've been wanting something I can feel. Promise I am never letting up. Money in your palm will make you real. Put it on their neck, I got them stuck. I'ma give them something they can feel. If it ain't about the swat, I don't give a fuck. Pistol in your hand, no man in the middle of two generations. I'm little bro, big bro all at once. Just at the lab within 21 Savage. I'm about to go on me, chicken for lunch. Had a long talk with the young nigga Kodak. Reminded me of young niggas from Phil. Straight out the project, no faking, just honest. I wish that he had more guidance for real. Too many niggas in cycle of jail, spending their birthdays inside of a cell. We coming from a long bloodline of trauma. We raised by our mamas, Lord, we gotta heal. We hurting our sisters, the babies as well. We killing our brothers, they poison the well. Distorted self-image, we set it to fail. I'ma make sure that the real gon' prevail, nigga. I just poured something in my cup. I've been wanting something I can feel. Promise I am never letting up. Money in your palm gon' make you real. Put it on that nigga, I got it stuck. I'ma give them something they can feel. If it ain't about the swat, I don't give a fuck. Just to lay your hand don't make you real. Just to lay your hand don't make you real. Money in your palm don't make you real. Two choices on my mind. 4 hours on the road. Give way to control. Go around it 1,000 times. I'm holding on too tight. Let it go and feel the ride. Is it stupid that I love you when you never felt so away? Was it all just a big mistake? Do I wanna let it happen? Do you wanna just walk away? Do you feel like my soulmate? But it's so cool, and it's so cool, it's so cool. Go on a playlist. Is this she did not. I missed the person.
Yeah.
If I told you that this couldn't get better, babe, and your heartbeat, it lets me know you feel the same. I can hold you, keep you safe until you fall asleep. Never worried, 'cause I can give you what you need. Now everything I do is over loving you. It's not something that we used to. No other way to say I need you every day. And now I'm gonna change my ways. And it's a part of you I never wanna lose. I'll do anything you want me to. Like any other day, you know I'll find a way. And if ever I'm alone, you'll say, I'll be thinking about you. 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 In a moment, I know that everything can change. And I know that my life would never be the same. You're the only one that's making sense to me. When I close my eyes, you're the one I see. There's no other way I could ever be without you, babe. Now everything I do is over loving you. It's not something that we used to. No other way to say I need you every day. And now I'm gonna change my ways. And it's a part of you I never wanna lose. I'll do anything you want me to. Like any other day, I know I'll find a way. And if ever I'm alone, you'll say, I'll be thinking about you. 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 I'll be thinking anything, just to feel something, just to feel something. I'm afraid on a fire, the dark in need of light. When we touch, you inspire, feel the change in me tonight. Take me up, take me higher, there's a world not far from here. We connect in desire, can burn in love tonight. Hearts alive, firestorms, when they strike, we feel the love, sparks will fly, they ignite our bones. And when they strike, we light up the world. Hearts alive, firestorms, when they strike, we feel the love, sparks will fly, they ignite our bones. I'm from there, you're from where? Perfect strangers in the night. Here we all come together, to the world will testify. Our hearts alive, firestorms, when they strike, we feel the love, sparks will fly, they ignite our bones. But when they strike, we light up the world. It's alive, firestorm, when they strike, we feel the love, sparks will fly, they ignite our bones. When they strike, we light up the even know I can sing. Shorty a little body, shorty my little boo thing, and shorty got the shawty. Shorty be catching mood swings. Every time I fuck without a rubber, I nutted on the covers, and I kept it on the cover, cause I don't kiss and tell. Every time I fuck, she call me daddy. My little mama nasty. I see the pussy through the panties. She tastes like candy. She a queen like Nefertiti. Oh, my little mama say pretty. And we be shopping through the city. I gave the keys to the Bentley. Get off in it, you don't gotta cut to me. I'm your best friend, baby, you don't gotta lie. I get you everything that you want and need. From Chanel to Celine, it's on you to decide. Valentino, yeah, I put you in the best. So lifting up your dress, start kissing on your neck, start rubbing on your butt, start massaging your breast. I ain't wanna give you a baby just yet, so I packed out and nutted on your breast. I put you in an Uber and sent you to your bed. The very next day, you sent me a text. You pulled up to the crib and we did it again. Show you a little body, show you a little cool thing, and shorty got the fatty. Shorty be catching mood swings. Every time I fuck without a rubber, I nutted on the covers, and I kept it on the cover, cause I don't kiss and tell. You know I never found love until I looked into your eyes. First time blushing, I ain't even gon' lie. 4 round 10, even bruises on your thighs. You the only bitch can make me spin off on the guys. And the only bitch that make me wanna know when I'm inside. It's your vibe, giving me you getting high. Any bitches fucking with you, even if they try. See a tsunami, I ain't never felt they dry. My eyes watch sleep, hope you be there when I wake. Honestly, I feel a vibe, yeah, this brain. If there's something on your mind, you can tell me. And if I told you it's on mine, I'll be doing. See the bigger picture, it's just gonna take time. Just because you're mine, I'ma keep you looking like a dime. Ain't no imperfections, where you find. Baby, what's your sign? Baby, win against the slow line. It's me and you. Keep it silent, ain't nothing we can do. Through the storm, baby, we can make it through. Why you acting brand new? You know you my little. Got up on my working, it's working. She said she a virgin, it's working. She my biggest fan, she always lurking. She know I'm a man, I'ma put that work in. I know she can't stand me, I'm fancy. So I'ma bring her out when I get my Grammy. Late night sex, she can find pennies. Couldn't hold it in, now she need a plan B. Shorty a little baddie, she my little boo thing. And Shorty got the fatty. Shorty be catching mood swings. Every time I fuck without a rubber, I nutted on her covers, and I kept it on the cover, cause I don't kiss and tell. You got it all inside your mind. Making it out from time to time. Something that you can't leave behind. When it's too long to let your side. To turn into a place where you shine. Never meant to let you out of sight. Everywhere I go, I seem to find the shadows of our love. Shadows of our love. Shadows of our love. You are the one to ease my mind. Swaying around from Send me to a place where we can shine. But anywhere I go, I seem to find shadow of our love. Shadow of our love.
Chapter 6. Hid in the Wall. I've heard enough warrior stories of heroic daring. Tell me how you crumble when you hit the wall. The place you cannot go beyond by the strength of your own will. It carries you to the other side of that wall, to the fragile beauty of your own humanness. There is a difference between being the determiner of your life and being the controller. If we confuse the two, the desire to control is a normal human response to fear. The ability to determine is the ability to remember who and what you are. That you are in your essential nature compassionate because you are an embodiment of a great mystery, and to act from the center of this awareness. There's a great deal we do not control. The weather, other people, often our own thoughts and feelings, to mention a few. This is the reality of life lived as a human being. Everything changes, and everything that lives dies. There are truths, whether we acknowledge them or not. And part of me is glad that there are things that are true, whether I have the courage to believe or remember them or not. When I hear a spiritual teacher announce that she will never have arthritis or a stroke or a brain aneurysm because she will simply never allow the thought form to be in her consciousness, I wonder what she thinks is going to happen eventually. I mean, sooner or later, unless you're planning to live forever or spontaneously evaporate, both highly unlikely and not necessarily desirable in my mind, something is going to go. Some part of the body will begin to break down as death approaches. This is the reality of our morality, and we deal with that reality, whether we deny it or can be with it, the fear or acceptance of relief it evokes within us. Depending on how well things are going on a particular day, tells us something about how we deal with the multitude of things that are not within our control. When we look at our own morality in the eye, one way or another, we deal with the limits of our own power, and there are limits. I know this isn't a popular view right now. Workshops with titles like Tap into Your Own Infinite Powers and Develop the Personal Power to Create Anything You Want draw huge crowds. Understandable, really. The work, understandable. Okay, really. The world is a wild and woolly place, and you have to be slightly crazy not to occasionally afraid for yourself or children or the planet. And the human response to fear is to want to get things under control, and power seems to promise us control. But what about the places where we hit the wall? The places we cannot go beyond by the strength of our own will, no matter how many workshops we attend, no matter how serious our intent. There are different kinds of walls, addictions, impulsions, obsessions, mind-numbing depression, and heart-rendering grief are just a few. The wall is a place where you find yourself in a puddle of tears in the middle of your kitchen floor, and the only words that come are, "I can't." When I read many journals I've kept over the years, I despair at the number of times I have resolved to slow down and do less. Live at a more sustainable pace. I mean, it's endless. Pages and pages of resolutions and accounts of canceling plans, pulling back, lowering expectations, reprioritizing and reorganizing. I get tired of just reading it. And clearly it hasn't worked, since there it is again and again and again, the same weariness, the same overextension and resolve to change, simply often inspired by periods of illness brought on by simply doing too much. I read entries and finally in exasperation, slam the book shut and say out loud, "Oh, for heaven's sake, Oriah, give it up. You clearly can't do it." And for the first time I get it. Particularly, the eye feels driven to do more and more, really can't slow down. If I could, I would have. Some of the people who have taught me the most in my life are recovering addicts, usually incredibly strong-willed people, all of whom have hit a wall in their own limitations with the bone cracking and often life-threatening crunch, and the road of recovery, living a life where a substance or behavior to which they are addicted to is no longer determining their actions, always involves the difficult and continuous acknowledgement that they simply cannot, by their will alone, change the behavior that was destroying their life. And so they hand their addiction and their lives over to that which is larger than themselves, that which they name God or truth or love or even the community upon which they rely. So I follow their example. I hand over that aspect of self that is driven to do more and more to the sacred presence that has always been with me. Most days I do this prayer in a way that acknowledges that I'm handing over the driven aspect of self, the aspect that forgets that she is enough, to the mystery that is both larger than myself and embodied within me. I ask that the part of me that the elders, who are my teachers, call Hagshide, who my teachers call Hagshide, are part of me, however small, that remembers who and what I am, to direct and care for my Shida. Okay. I have to go back and do it. Actually, we're going to do it now. Hagshide. No, not Hawks today. No, I'm going to
Here are
have to
some
type it.
results from a search.
Thanks, but that's not quite what I was looking for. Thank you. Watch. I probably just butchered the fuck out of this. Your tribe. Your tribe notice medicine society. Yeah, you'll have to go back and look that one up. Okay. The aspect of self that, in its fear and forgetting, feels must do more and more and more. Some days I do my prayer gently, and some days I do it just desperately, and often I do it repeatedly throughout the day. And then I try to act in accordance with my prayer. I ask the mystery to lift this drivenness from me, and then schedule 10 appointments in the day. I have to question the seriousness of my intent. For a while, when did this prayer and image recur to my mind? A picture of a couple of hamsters, cartoon hamsters, Chip and Dale, without stripes. On one of those exercise wheels they put in hamster cages. These hamsters were inside of me somewhere around my navel. Actually, you couldn't get off the wheel. They just kept running, not getting anywhere, clearly exhausted but unable to stop. I'd imagine this hand reaching inside of me and gently scooping the hamsters out of that wheel and setting them down somewhere. I have a vivid imagination that does not lack a sense of humor. Some days the hamsters would just lie where they were put down, panting, their small pink tongues hanging out, their eyes closed, but other days they recoup quickly and sit up or start walking around, exploring quietly. Some days they'd even dance. This visualization worked as a place to start, in part because it was so comical. Becoming seriously driven about changing the drivenness was not likely to be a step in the right direction. The visualization also steered me away from being harsh and judgmental toward the aspect of self that was driven. The hand wasn't punishing the hamsters, but giving them much-needed respite. But at a certain point, I realized the humorous nature of the image was, in part, a defense against facing the seriousness of my compulsion to do too much. It was a little like an alcoholic who jokes about last night's drinking spree. I was hedging, not really getting it. There were too many payoffs not getting it. The admiration of others in a culture that values productivity above all else, periodic guilt-free time alone because of headaches or exhaustions, and most important, a sense of being able to stay one step ahead of a small black dog snapping at my heels, and the demons whispering, not enough, not enough, not enough. Sooner or later, when we surrender what we cannot control, we have to hold still and let the demons we have been running from catch us. There is no greater terror. But there can be no greater libertarian than to face those demons held in the arms of your own compassionate nature, and that which is larger than yourself. I can't tell you it's over. I'm still doing it every day, handing the driven aspect of me over to what is larger than myself. Sometimes with a prayer as simple as help me. When I find myself heading to check my emails before I've eaten or barreling towards 16-hour workday, and I sit still and face the demons and breathe, and let my own compassionate essence gently redirect the aspect of self that is lost, that has forgotten once again that she does not have to earn her place by doing things perfectly or working harder. One of the traditional Native American ceremonies I've participated in and led is called an eagle dance. An eagle dance is a prayer for the self and the world spoken through the movement of the body. The rigors of the dance mean that at some point it becomes for the dancers a microism of the places in our lives where we hit the wall, the places where we cannot go beyond through our will. The ceremony is difficult to a degree that a dancer insists on trying to go beyond this wall by a strength of his or her will alone. We start at dawn and end at dusk. Participants have spent 3 days doing meditation, prayer, and purification ceremonies to focus their intent for the dance. They can consume no food or water for the day of the dance and can only take 1 or 2 5-minute rest breaks with the permission of the leader. The dancers blow eagle whistles which send out a shrill cry as they run toward the central tree, which represents the sacred center of life that sustains us, and dance back to their places on the circle again and again, never turning their backs to the tree. They move to the rhythm of the drummers and singers who support them with prayers and song. My job when I'm leading is to keep people dancing, knowing that if they keep themselves in the dance, that they can carry beyond the pain or the fear of hopelessness they cannot overcome on their own will to find them. At some point in the dance, almost every dancer, hopefully not all at the same time, hates me, feels I'm somehow making them do the dance, pushing them more than others, or deliberately ignoring a request for a break. I don't take it personally. When we hit the wall of our own limitations, one of our first reactions is to look around for someone else to blame. Lynn is a beautiful, intelligent, talented woman who much to the bafflement of those around her, often feels like she has less to contribute to the world than others. She has been working on a doctoral degree for several years, and it is now time to write her thesis. She is lost, daunted by the size of the task, and no longer sure she has something to say, or a right to say it. As the dance progresses past mid-afternoon, I can see Lynn struggling to continue, slowing down, adjusting her skirt or her belt, or her whistle between runs to the tree, anything to avoid continuing. When we encounter what we cannot control, we resist continuing. We look for distractions, and life is full of them, ways to turn away from the wall that we are approaching, to postpone the inevitable recognition of our limitations. Finally, Lynn goes down on one knee and stays there. I go to her place on the circle and kneel beside her and ask her what is happening. I want a drink of water, she says without raising her head. You can't have one. I keep my tone matter of fact. Fuck off. She keeps her head down but glances at me sideways to gauge the effect of her words and continues. I've had enough. I want to get in my car and go find a Holiday Inn. I wait a minute and speak again, careful to keep my tone neutral. If I step in too close to her, she will collapse. If I'm harsh, she will run. I feel an ache in my chest for her, for me, for our certainty that it is too hard, that it will always be hard. I long for her to find that which is both within her and larger than her, that which can carry her and teach her that it does not have to be so hard. But I cannot give this to her. I can only help her stay where it can find her. Lynn, here's the truth. If you head for your car, no one here is going to tackle you on the way to the parking lot. It's completely up to you. But you and I both know you have been here 1,000 times in your life, right here. where you're 3/4 of the way through and you can't see any way to go on, and you can't see the other side, and you just want to quit, and you can. No one is going to stop you. Or you can try something different. You can go to the tree one more time. You don't mean that. It's a long way until dusk. It's not one more run to the tree. It's 1,000 more, and I can't do it. No, I do mean it. There is no other way to do it. Make one run to the tree. That's all you have to do. One more. And if you try anything else, if you try to do 1,000 or 100 or 10 more, you will not be able to do it. I know that she cannot stay in the present, cannot ask for help with just this run to the tree, and only this next step, the one her foot is taking right now, only in the moment we ever really have, the present, she will not be able to continue. Something in her believes me. Or maybe she can't remember where she left her car keys. Or perhaps she wants to do something different. Slowly she gets to her feet, puts her whistle in her mouth, and moves towards the tree in the center of the circle, one step at a time. Over the next few hours she does not falter, although I can see the struggle on her face at times. She keeps going to the tree. 2 years later, when she puts her 500-page thesis, written one page at a time, into my arms like a precious child she has birthed, we laugh and remember the eagle dance together. John is also in this dance. John is a gentle, open-hearted man who worries most of the time in almost all situations about what could go wrong. And John has a wonderful imagination. He can conjure up all possibilities. As a result, he has suffered for years almost constantly with a variety of anxiety-produced ailments, headaches, backaches, stomach upsets, and the list is endless. I move to his place on the circle as he abruptly and unceremoniously sits down. He is on his way to lying down, a position from which it will be difficult for him to get up and going again. When I squat next to him and ask what is happening, he responds in short gasps, clearly finding it difficult to breathe. I have terrible pain, he says, leaning back over an elbow. My joint, my chest, my head, everything hurts. I don't see how I can continue. I stay where I am, silent for a moment. I knew John well enough to know that this is the place he often finds himself, overwhelmed by excruciating, yet not life-threatening physical pain that is induced by his anxiety. I reach over and I put my hand gently on his chest. His heartbeat is strong and steady. John, I say softly but empathetically, you're not in pain. His eyes fill with tears, then sobs and begins to rack his body. When we hit the wall of our limitations, we are often so overwhelmed with the pain of our disappointment or fear that we forget that these are not who we are. They are so large within us that they block out our awareness of all else. John, I don't want you to stop crying. I don't want you to ignore the pain. I just want you to stand up and go to the tree the way you are. I don't know if I can. The words come out as a soft wail past the sobs that continue to shake his thin frame. You can if you don't try to move away from the tears of the pain. If you can remember that you're not the pain, not the anxiety. You can if you pray and let something larger than yourself take you as you are to the tree one more time. Go slowly, but go. John gets up, crying and shaking. I move away and he starts for the tree one more time. A half hour later, I'm amazed to see him gently but enthusiastically going to the tree, clearly renewed and no longer in pain. John and I talk about his anxiety and all the years he spent seeking to be free of the pain that it causes him. John, here's the problem. You think that at one of these ceremonies or in one of our sessions together, either I'm going to say something or you're going to see something or something is going to happen and the light bulb will go on and you'll know how to get rid of your anxiety forever. John grins and nods in agreement. I pause and I slow my words down. It's never going to happen. He looks at me surprised. It's anxiety that plagues you. It's not within your control. You cannot change it with your will. Don't you think that if it was within the control of your will to get rid of this anxiety that you would have done it years ago? Tears begin to make thin, wet lines on John's face. I know it's hard, but look at what it is. I don't think that you're masochistic, do you? No. And of course, there are times when you get attention because of this illness that the anxiety creates, but do you really think that this is a big enough payoff that you would want, even unconsciously, to continue to be plagued with this anxiety? No, he says again. I'm not saying that there isn't a great deal in this up to you. The trouble is that when something has been with us as long as anxiety has been with you, it becomes familiar and it's habitual. But I know you want to be free of it, or at least not have it running your life and making you ill so much of the time. If you could change it with your will, you would have already done so. So what do I do, he asks, bewildered. Hand it over to something larger than yourself, I say. Every single day, every moment if you have to. Offer a prayer that says, here I am. I can't do this on my own. I do not have anxiety. It has me. And I hand it over to that which is larger than myself. To the great mystery. To the power of love, which is life force of creation. Do it any way you want, but say, help me. But why do I have all this anxiety? It doesn't make sense. I can feel his mind struggling for a way to handle the anxiety, to understand it out of existence. And it doesn't matter why John. And the truth is, you may never know because it's probably a combination of 1,000 things: genetics, conditioning, habit, past trauma, who knows? You still believe it if you can figure out why you can control it. But the truth is, I'm not sure you can ever completely know why. You spent a lot of time looking and you gained some insight, but has the anxiety gone away? His head shakes glumly. I sigh and I laugh a little. John, I can see by the way you look at me that you don't believe me, and that's okay. But I honestly believe that you will not be free of this anxiety until you face the fact that it's not within the control of your will. I pause my throat and suddenly closing within the emotion of wanting this for him. And John, you're almost 50. I wish for you something different for the rest of your life. We have developed technology that has extended the power of our will over the external environment beyond our ancestors' wildest dreams. Perhaps this is what makes it hard for us to believe that some things, including internal states that determine the quality of our lives, are beyond the control of our will. Over and over again, I watch myself and others refuse to ask for help we need from that which is both larger than ourselves and part of our essential nature. Caught in our addiction of compulsion, riddled with anxiety or driven to work harder, we cannot even see the truth of who we are, opening ourselves to the beauty that is around and within us, even when we are in pain, paying attention and surrendering what we cannot control to who this beauty, the mystery, keeps telling us we are. Now that's an act of power.
Past the places where you might have turned. Never did notice that you still hide away. Anchor of angels who won't return. Easy, one, easy, easy,
says all the right things at exactly the right time. Inside of you like you wish you could be. I say all the right things at exactly the right time, but I mean nothing to you and you don't know. You already know.
She's got a bumper like a billboard covered in stickers of her favorite band. She's got a handful of records that she turns